All right. Now that we got that. Yes, this is the real one. Had an issue with the signal, it kept cutting out. As soon as I started, it died, and this is the result. I am currently trying to fix part of this issue at YouTube. I have to try and swap this out. Come on. Well, this was a bit of a disaster here. So, we're going to pretend that the original titled podcast just didn't exist. Okay. Now, as this is going to effectively be shifted a little bit, as a result, I'm going to try to open everything up. I believe I have invited effectively anybody in my acquaintance section, Google Plus, to join in on the conversation. So let's see. What am I going to start with? Kelly Cuoco, or however you spell her or pronounce her name, the chick from The Big Bang Theory. All right. Apparently, she got into a fair amount of trouble with a bunch of feminists because, well, oops, she doesn't think she was ever oppressed. Now, this is also on the heels of this woman pissing off a bunch of feminists because, oh dear God, she got a boob job. And she's glad she got one. And she actually attributes her success to her boob job, acknowledging that the majority of any real benefit she has gotten out of life has been the result of her sexuality. And yet apparently she doesn't mind actually being a wife and a partner. Or at least that's what they like to say. I don't know if it's true or not. I have no clue as to whether or not there is some poor bastard at home just terrified of what this woman could bring onto his life. But I digress. I just thought it was interesting that these feminists that were praising her are now pissed off because she doesn't attribute any of her success to, well, any of them. I just thought that was humorous. Let's see, 2014. Well, among the things that we have seen in this past year, as far as psychotic female behavior, I have to give it to her, the Korean Air executive. They've been calling it Nutgate and whatever. I just think it is hilarious that this chick apparently was such a little princess that she actually expected someone whom she never met before to serve her nuts in the way she preferred. She was upset that they didn't serve her the nuts the way she wanted and threw a freaking hissy fit and got the whole plane turned around. She has since then been forced into the public arena to apologize for her actions. Yeah, I don't think an apology is enough, but that's just me. Now, along with seeing actions of some of these women, we then get to see a very recent story of, well, a female bullfighter. Oh yes, the safest of all the world professions. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I expect. I expect someone to actually be to actually I expect someone to expect safety inside of the bullfighting arena. Oh yeah, but I mean, I guess this bull went and tore through like four. Let's see, what was it? The title: Female Matador and four others gored by enormous bull in Mexico City. All right, now you can actually see the guy over here in this photo that actually saved her life. I mean, you can. I mean, this just looks painful. I don't care, man or woman. That sucks. Just the idea of what that. Oh, but you can see this guy over here gearing up to go and run in to go and be the White Knight, which is his job. It's his. This is his job to do this, whether it's a man or a woman. And he gets just a mention. And yes, he did get run through. He was gored, but they don't really care about him. All they mention in the story is that his injuries were not life threatening. Now, the woman, the core of the story, obviously her injuries as well were not life threatening, um, as it comes out. But their focus is on the female that got injured, not the other men. I don't know why this would be. I think that the story should be that this one bull ended up goring 5 matadors. Damn, I kind of feel sorry for the bull. That would suck. That really would. Uh, yeah. I just want to try and get a conversation going on this thing. I've invited every acquaintance that I have on Google Plus. If you're on YouTube and you want to join, hey, send me a message thing. I'll approve you, and we can start talking. But anyways, getting back on point, their only concern is about this woman. That honestly kind of bothers me. 5 people were gored by the same bull, but the only thing they can talk about is this chick. She knew the risk. She took the same risks that everyone else did. I don't see why that should be the focus of the story. I get that they want to go and get attention. I get that, but really, anyhow, good news on our front is that federal judge has said that Florida clerks now have the duty to issue same-sex marriage license, and anyone who's gone through the Florida court system understands how messed up it is. So I'm looking forward to it. I want to see the court system go and stroke out by trying to go and deal with all these lesbian divorces. That's going to be fun to watch. Oh, I am looking so forward to that. I don't think I can express how joyous the idea of the state of Florida having to go and deal with this is going to be. Yeah, it's let's get back to some of these comments some other people have left. Well, you can agree with me, you cannot. The point is, we are no longer in the shadows, my friends. It was one thing to, and as I said, and I've done this before, I've been the guy to go and dress as poorly as possible. And as a result, I've avoided a lot of problems. I didn't avoid all of them, obviously, but I avoided a lot of them. The time for that is now over. We've been outed. We're no longer this phantom or this mythological group. And I know I've kind of been mocked about how I said that, but it's true. We were, and still are in many cases, treated as a myth. People don't actually believe that men could just say, fuck it. People just don't understand that. And I have to admit, I kind of wish it was still like that. That they had no concept of our true existence. That we were this phantom force building and brewing in the background that would be unleashed in mass all at one catastrophic moment of the realization of the horrors and the stupidity of modern Western civilization. I was kind of hoping that was how it was going to go, but then the Sexist article came out. We are not we're not unknown anymore. We're not this group trolling feminist sites. We are now known, and every jackwad special interest group is just trying to jump onto the whole MGTOW philosophy. They're trying to go and implant their own bias and their own concepts onto what is essentially Na Cosa Nostra, our thing. And it pisses me off. It really does. It just digs in there. So, like I said, we need to make it hurt. We need to show them now who we are. The time of hiding is over. They're going to get mad. And we use their anger as a metric. We don't judge our progress or our sense of self or our self-worth based on what women think. No. What we do is we use it as a metric to see how effective the message is being. That's all it is. So we need to claim this as our own. We can't allow others to dictate who or what we are or what we stand for. We can't allow that to happen. And I mean, I got a few of you, a few viewers at the moment. Please leave something. I believe I took off any type of spam thing. That was an issue last time. You're on Google Plus. Come on. Actually, you know what? I want to go and post the Google Plus address, the Hangouts address, on the YouTube channel. So if you're interested, you can join this live event. That was the whole point of this. You realize that as MGTOW, we need to talk, we need to converse, and not just through little snippets in a comment section. You want a centralized concept of what is MGTOW. What is better than actually allowing people to converse in real time or as close to it as possible? The more MGTOW podcasts that we have, the better. Let's see. This is for the... All right, the address and paste, post. All right. Hopefully someone will join on this. There should be a button on this thing to go and let you come on as well. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. See, I can agree with the whole thing of why should we care and that we should be apathetic to how women feel about us. And I agree. I really don't give a fuck. But that being said, and you're going to say I'm contradicting myself, and in a way I am. Even though I don't give a damn, and nothing in my life is dependent on as to what a woman thinks. But there's a part of me that essentially gets joy in knowing that we are having an effect. Giving a damn as to what a woman thinks, that's one thing. Having pride in knowing you're having an effect, I believe that's another. Sometimes I guess in this sense, they can be one and the same. Let's see. This one I liked. All right. I'm trying to understand the concept of how we are freeing women. All right. Women have already been freed. Human scale, if I may quote you. It is not true to say the main action of going your own way as being a MGTOW is gifted indirectly to women. When we opt out, we force women to opt out also. Therefore, indirectly, women are receiving the same gift of freedom as men. I disagree on a couple of levels. One, they already have that freedom. Whether you decide to go and tell them to get bent or not, they already have that freedom. It doesn't matter. What we are giving out is the same freedom that effectively women have to men. We are indirectly gifting freedom. So why does it almost seem as though these women are almost reacting as though we are putting them into a prison cell? We are putting them into a prison cell of their own reality. We are telling them effectively, as a result of a number of studies, that after the age of 21, their sexual marketplace value starts to take a nosedive. That almost makes their action starting at around the age of 25 to 26, as we've already noticed and stated before, their actions of trying to become more active in pursuing a serious relationship. They're more prone to this is where they tend to start developing the nagging shrew traits. They want to try and get a guy that they know that they rank higher than. Like, say if they're an 8, they are now willing to accept a 7 or an 8 because in their eyes they now have the chance to take that 7 or an 8 and turn them into that 9 or 8, in their eyes, a 10 alpha male poodle. All right. They want a lapdog that they can stick in their own fucking purse. This is how narcissistic they are. They don't want you. They don't necessarily want specifically what you can offer them. They just want to control everything, and they want to benefit from anything and everything you do. It's almost like playing 3-card Monty. Hey, look over here. I'm gonna bitch about wanting shoes, while at the same time as you're trying to go and tell me no to that, I'm going over onto eBay or what is that one they keep advertising? Overstock.com. And they're going over there and maxing out a secured credit card because, well, they're trying to build up credit. So they instantly think that they have to max it out the first day they get it. There is no rhyme or reason to much of their actions if we look at it from a strictly male perspective. For the most part, we're just left wondering what the hell's going on in their heads. However, I also believe that we are taking notice of the effects of hormones, the effects of chemicals, the effects of the environment, lighting, for example, temperature. All these are going to have an effect on their behavior. We're starting to figure out the map of their mind. I to have. I really can't. We need to talk more. We need to converse. Kind of a base, strong core concept of MGTOW and what it means and the goals of it. Then we have to talk. YouTube videos is great, and it got us started. It really did. And I know I'm not the best person to go and get this going, but I said we should do this, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is. We need to have that integrity. We need to be able to have these conversations. We need to be able to converse in real time. I know. See, here's a sick part. As of just a couple years ago, this was honestly a dream. Well, for me anyways, I didn't even think any of this was going to be possible, at least within my lifetime, to where I could actually be a part of it, other than being some 50-something-year-old guy going, yeah, we've been saying this for 80 damn years now. No, I was expecting that. Was I expecting this in my early 30s? Nope. Oh, hell no. Not a chance in hell. But yeah, they will go and do whatever they can to try and raise your sexual marketplace value as long as they have control over it. Some of them have done this, and I've seen this on a couple of occasions, that some of them have done this, and then the man realizes what happens. He realizes what's going on. And so he decides, well, he starts to go and wise up and say, you know what? I can do better. And then he leaves. Well, we hope. And she's left there holding the bag and just wondering what the hell happened, and cannot comprehend the concept that everything she has been doing to this man for the last 10 years has been just like a freaking woodpecker, just pecking at it, just pecking at your mind, pecking at your brain, just getting on that last nerve. And then once that man finds MGTOW, or I hate to say it, the PUAs, seriously, you guys are nothing more than pussy beggars. You are going out, your entire being is going out and finding and getting pussy. You gotta have more interest than that, my friend. I mean, come on. You don't beg for it, it begs for you. I don't get that. And that's another thing. These damn all these nasty twats. I am serious. we have this psychosis where all of a sudden throughout their entire lives they're just giving it away for free. They're bending over, they're lining up trains. And then as soon as they hit about 28, all of a sudden, where did all the good guys go? Honey, it's not a mystery. We just don't like the idea of honey, you're no longer a hallway. You're the frickin' Mojave Desert. All right? You have nothing we want. You've gone around and just you've had your insides plastered by God knows how many football teams. You know what? I don't want to be the one to go in to clean up that mess. And I don't think any man should be forced into being expected to go in to clean up that mess. That in itself is insulting. See, I'll be honest, I was thinking of doing a video on almost condescending to women. Kind of as like a self-help thing. You know, if you want to have a successful future, don't be a whore. Don't go to those wonderful parties at 14 and 15 where the goal is to form a rainbow on the guy's junk, and where every girl's wearing a different shade of lipstick. Oh yeah, that really isn't very appealing. And the fact that all of you go and talk about this on Facebook and Twitter and God knows what else, with AR, you're done. We're going to be able to access all of that information at a moment's notice. Why? Because you made it public. And we're just going to ignore you. Starting at around the age of 22, it is no longer worth the risk. You end up running a 70% chance of passing on HPV to us, which none of the vaccines or treatments are effective in the least bit to men. Hell, in one of the studies, the placebo did better than the vaccine. I mean, come on. So no, it is not effective in men. So you're going to go and pass on these diseases that can kill us, and you want us to be thankful for it. No, screw you. So now that we covered middle school, all right, let's follow through high school. Now, you're going to want to, and everyone's going to want you to, but resist the urge to turn into a raging whore. This will do two things. It will teach you self-control, and two, you will be less interested in trying to jump in the next dude's pants and more interested in possibly learning something. All right? If you're going to go to school, and you have to now by law, and it has been for about 30 some years, all right, you're going to have to do it. You may as well get something out of it. The rest of us are paying for it. Don't become a vacuous trollop. Be something that is valuable, and a man of value will notice this. Now we go to college. Well, in college, you will be tempted from every direction and through every orifice to become indoctrinated in the ways of feminism and Marxism. I urge you to resist this. It is a trap. If you take upon these feminist ideologies, I can promise you one thing. By the time you realize you were wrong and that you burnt away the best years of your life, the sand trap has already snared you. And the wall is about a foot away from smacking you in the face. It's too late. So don't do that. don't jump on the feminism board, and don't jump onto the whole progressivism food truck. See, what they like to say, and I even saw a MGTOW video on the whole weight thing. Here, 33% of Americans are overweight. No, that's bullshit. It's higher. What they found out was that about 80% of the women in the country are overweight, because on the questionnaire, 92% of the women lied about how tall they were. And when you lie about your height, that changes your BMI. And that just makes this country look skinnier. So we actually have an obesity rate of over 43%. Congratulations. You are the fattest twats on the planet. I mean, come on. So if any of you is interested in a healthy size female, go to Hungary, apparently. And I've actually find that one somewhat humorous. You want a chick that hasn't scarfed down a billion McDonald's cheeseburgers, you go to a country called Hungary. Anyways, getting back to college. What else is going to happen is you're going to realize that when you were there spending tens of thousands of dollars on women's studies, you could have spent the money on a field that was worthwhile. Okay? So what is going to happen is if you go the feminist nut job route, you're going to have a lot of regrets. If you keep your head on you and your legs closed and you keep all those douchebags out from trying to sniff around you, you can get a decent education. Now, with that, you can now, as a result of all these current laws, you are effectively, as a woman, guaranteed a job in any tech field that you now desire. Now, many of the men in this field are going to be, well, beta providers. Good for you, possibly. Bad if you are about 15 right now, and I hope you are, because more and more males your age are going MGTOW and are adopting the MGTOW lifestyle. So you're actually going to now have to work for their attention, because many of these guys are going to have watched our videos. They are going to have grown up in a broken home. They're going to have seen what has happened to every man that has ever been married in their lives. If they can find them, and they will, they'll see what happens. They're not going to be easy to convince. They're not going to be easy to trap. So you are actually going to have to be worth something. So put something in that head and get any idea of staying at home like a little princess. Remove that from your mind forever. Because hopefully, and this is my own personal hope, that concept of a stay-at-home mom goes the way of the dodo. You need to pull your own damn weight. Stop whining about all these oh, you're oppressing me because you used a word meaning a female body part. Yeah, well, you say prick, dicking, cocksucker, and whatever else asshole you want all damn day long. There's no difference between saying prick and twat. There is no difference between cock and cunt. Get over yourself. Now, hopefully, if you have maintained some of the, or retained some of this information, you have graduated college. And you are now working, and you have met someone who you will treat as an actual equal and as a partner. Now, if you do, don't ask him to get married, because hopefully that whole concept will be dead. And if you're gonna have children, yeah, you're probably going to have to expect that he's going to have his own. He's going to go to a lab. He's going to have one created in an artificial womb, and you're not gonna have any claim. We can hope, and then you can do the same. You can each have your children of choice, and no messy court battles. That is the future that you have to look forward to if us MGTOW are successful, and oh, how I hope we are, because we need to be. If we don't, it's just going to get worse. And many of you are realizing it and starting this wonderful Women Against Feminism campaign. Well, guess what? We are there to once again force red pills down these other men's throats, any of these guys that want to buy into that, and remind them that traditional marriage is still nothing more than slavery. You are nothing more than a servant to her. You are nothing more than a resource. That's it. And some of them are just going to complain and bitch and moan, and we know it. But currently, we don't have MGTOWs to go to. But I am confident. I know that there will be in the future. And I know this because I have seen a number of people come up, including myself, try and come up with a model or a concept of what to build it on. And then we can, I think a number of us actually agree that some of the base concepts proposed by Barbarossa, it'd be worth trying to implement. So, I mean, come on. Isn't anyone going to comment? All right. Well, I believe I mentioned the whole thing about Target. See, the female matador, federal judge. Yeah. Oh, wait, great. Obama just spent another $500,000 of our dollars to go and get a membership to an exclusive restaurant in Hawaii. Yay! Our Treasury Department is going to be feeling this for the next 50 years. Oh, come on! And now Russia and China are now exchanging currencies in yuan, and trying to get to go and shift the world reserve currency to the yuan. I mean, the BRIC countries coming out, they're gonna have us buried. I mean, in the last week, what Obama has signed through almost 5,000 new freaking regs. We don't even know what the hell they are. I mean, so much so that the IRS can't even go and do anything until they read all of the new regulations. They're not accepting anything at the very earliest. What was it, the 8th or the 10th? Dude, it's freaking nuts. We have no direction. It's just nothing. And here I am. I'm doing this podcast. I'm hoping someone's going to comment, say something, and so we can have a conversation. I opened up the Hangouts thing on my Google Plus to everyone in my acquaintance. It should be easy to join. But hey, not everyone has a mic. Not everyone. I don't even think you need to have a camera. I've thought about that. I don't know. I just think that we need to have the conversation about as to what is MGTOW. And we tend to react. We already have on a couple of occasions. We've already reacted. Someone has already tried to go and impose their ideals onto us a couple times. And as a group, we reacted loudly. Uh, um, and up to date, we have been self-correcting, and that's mainly been because we have been so small. As Aaron Clary had put it, most MGTOW up until the point of the time of the Sexist article, as he put it, we are the veterans. We are the men that went through the family courts. We are the men that had to deal with the psychotic female girlfriends. We had to deal with their neuroticism, and that is who made up the majority of MGTOW. Now, as a result of us getting our word out and in fact, doing a really good job at it, and now the Sexodus article, we are starting almost to become like feminists, and it sucks. It pisses me the hell off. We are not these whiny trollops. We try and figure out why social constructs exist. We try and figure out the root issues. We try and have our effect. And we were. But now we've been outed. We've been co-opted by some. And they've tried to. We even had for a minute. There were a couple of people tie us in with the gay rights movement because obviously they're men. Yeah, that I don't think that didn't end too well. It ended quick. But now that we've been outed, so much attention is now being brought towards us. We have to react. We can't just slink away into the shadows. I'm not saying everyone has to get out and start leading parades or anything, but we need to show who and what we are and what we have, our assets and our capabilities, and we have to make it known that we are refusing the world access to it. Is it gonna piss them off? Yeah. But otherwise, we're just nothing more. We're going to be co-opted like everything else. That's not acceptable. It really isn't. If we don't get out loud enough, it's never going to stop. We have to confront these issues now as they have started, as they spring up, so that way there is no confusion. Nobody else can attempt to go and co-opt us. Oh yeah. It has gotten violent. It really has. I mean, we got where is it? We got these chicks here that were sliced up by some other chicks because some guy called them pretty. I'm like, kid, this is what. There's already an effect being made just by the percentages of men that are already leaving. These women are so desperate for this attention that anyone that they see as a threat, they are starting to react violently towards. It's almost unbelievable. It's just, I don't know. I never expected the women to act like that. I mean, we know from archaeology that when the world was a matriarchy, that things just didn't work right. There were wars all the time, just tribal feuds. It wasn't until agriculture, because in a hunter-gatherer community, the women are the ones in charge. They're the ones in charge. They're the ones that effectively dictate where camp is set. The group can only go as far as the weakest link, the weakest person, and that's going to be the women. So in a hunter-gatherer community, nomadic, even with Temujin, Genghis Khan, his world growing up, it was a matriarchy. His mother was everything. I mean, his mother he would protect. He killed his brother. I don't know. We didn't get into the concept of a patriarchy in the sense that some people like to think until agriculture, and even then it was mainly a matriarchy, especially within the household, because it was the man that was expected to go out and farm and hunt. Our first settlements, we weren't just farming or anything. We just sat in one place and roamed around hunting and gathering. Eventually figured out, hey, we go and throw seeds down, and we can farm. And with that, the men would still leave and to go hunting, and they would still die. They would leave and die. The women would be at home, and guess what? They now own the home. Why? Because the man is dead. She now has all of his possessions. So that is where we start seeing what we think of as marriage. We start seeing this type of behavior. Then it ends up changing a bit. It goes from that to one man, multiple wives. I mean, by this point in time, there has already been the issue of women with multiple husbands. That was the norm, actually, for most of our nomadic ancestry. One woman for like 4 to 5 husbands was actually fairly the norm, I believe. Eventually it switched and it went to one man to multiple wives. This for some reason, I don't know why, this ratio actually tended to work out a little better. And with that concept of multiple wives, in order to take on another wife, the enormous expense of taking on another wife, you had to get enormous value out of that. And from there, we start to get the whole thing of prizing virgins, the cult of virginity. And that starts as a result of the competition, trying to go and prove for one woman to prove she's better than another woman. That actually, in a sense, started as a competition between women to go and prove value to the future husband and provider. And this obviously had its own drawbacks. So, we can see this whole thing slowly evolve over time. And as we learn more about our genetic code, and we start learning more about our hormones and how our hormones essentially dictate our behavior, and you start to realize how we evolved and why we evolved like that. That actually allows us to take better care and be more conscious of our actions. We're not. That allows us, in a sense, to, if we can plan it enough, we could actually plan the future by going and making changes at X point in time. It's interesting theory, yes, and it seems to have been the case throughout history to get us here. But implementing that on a large scale, you start to realize how. I don't know. It was allows us to. It'd be interesting to try. It really would be. It'd be really interesting to try. Hey, Dimitri.
Hey, how's it going, dude?
Hey, you are finally. Someone actually came on. I've been rambling here for a minute.
So I heard you're getting lonely over there.
Oh, you ain't kidding. Man, Please tell me I am not insane. That as MGTOW we need to start communicating in real time.
Well, we're just figments of your imagination, so I think you are insane.
Oh wait, are you going on this whole quantum theory that we are just a hologram?
Well, isn't that how Enterprise ended?
Oh, come on. Oh, that was the worst ending I could have imagined.
Yeah, you gotta love it. You know, everything that happened during the whole show never happened. Just ignore it.
Man, that pissed me off. I'll be honest. I was actually a fan of the Enterprise series.
Yeah, same here. It wasn't that bad until the end.
Yeah, no kidding. They just ended up getting stuck on a couple of story arcs that they just could not find a way off of. But anyways, how has your life been in the world of MGTOW?
It's been all right. I made a video praising our victory with the sex of this thing. I don't know if you've been able to watch it or not.
I try to get around to as many as I can. Generally, I just have Google Plus open 24/7.
Nice.
That was the Orc one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We stormed the tower and took it back.
Yeah, the only issue I have with the Sexodus is, as I've been saying, is that it has put this target on us, and it's like every special interest group out there has their finger on a nuclear button that's just aimed right up our asses.
Well, luckily we're used to being alone, so the best they could do was make us go underground again.
Oh no! See, I have this dream of being able to go and launch myself up on a SpaceX rocket to a Bigelow station I have in a Lagrangian point in orbit.
Well, you're going to have to place dibs on those points pretty soon because there's, what, only 2 of them? So,
well,
you know they're going to
come
build
on.
something there.
Yeah, I know. It's a dream, all right? I've seen sketches of the proposed Alpha station, and, dude, oh.
But hey, if they were ever looking for volunteers to go to Mars or the Moon or something, I'd fucking sign up for it.
Dude, I tried. The Mars one thing, I tried.
I don't know. I think I'd even though this planet's pretty shitty, I'd still probably miss it though. I'd miss my family too much.
I don't
That's what the
know.
internet's for.
Yeah, good point.
No, that is as to what quantum teleportation is for. Through qubits, you can have instantaneous communication from one end of the universe to the other.
Well, in theory, anyway. We'll see if they could actually manage it.
Well, we've gotten it to they can. I think they've gotten to dot dash dot.
Well, isn't all they've been able to do so far is just like move one elementary particle across the room?
No, what they're doing is they take photons, they go and split them, so they go and create a quantum entangled particle. They effectively take one particle over to the other side of the country to test this thing out, and then they go and mess around with the particle over at Berkeley.
Well, if they already do that, they could already do a Morse code over any distance, and with a computer translating the Morse code, you could do real-time communication right now.
You'd think so, but I guess they're having like containment issues or something. They even with the quantum computer, the joke is that with the most powerful quantum computer is able to go and calculate 3 times 5 is 15.
Well,
I just,
that's more than some people my age can do. So I guess that's still a good thing.
well, we can thank our wonderful federal Department of Education for that.
No, no, it's the Department of Indoctrination. I mean, don't confuse it with education, please.
Oh, tell me about it. Oh my gosh. My mom was actually a teacher up in Southgate, Michigan for a while. I got to hear all about that.
Yeah, I would not want to go back to school again, either college or high school, none of that. Because right now, knowing what I do, I wouldn't be able to keep my mouth shut, and I definitely wouldn't last long.
Oh no, see, I've never really been accused of being able to keep my mouth shut.
Well, in college, I got lucky because I went to a private college, and we had none of those bullshit feminist studies classes. So yeah, I went to a technical university, and yeah, we had some BS humanities prerequisites, but it was none of that gender studies crap.
Mm.
And so I was able to get away, without having to do that. But then shortly after I graduated, the school got bought out by some massive company in Chicago, and they basically turned it into a diploma mill. So I was so glad.
Oh my
I
god.
was so fucking glad I got my job before that happened. But yeah, I was there, like, I got to see some of the transition because I was working at the college bookstore while I was going to school.
Oh.
And it was also doubled as the mailroom, so I got to see all the communication going in and out. And I just felt dirty working there. And I know that was like as good as it gets when it comes to college. Shit, I don't even want to imagine what the state schools are like.
Oh no, it was I ended up going and reading this thing on campus reform like a year and a half ago. I guess Harvard had become the school no one can fail. There is actually a mandate, a memo put out about no one was effectively allowed to get below like a 3.5 or something like that.
No, I can believe that. They were moving towards that at my school too, because their
Really?
reasoning was like, "Oh, hey, they're paying all this money. We got to give them something for it, right?" Like, no, damn it! Don't you understand how education works? Apparently
Oh.
not.
Oh no, see me, I didn't have to deal with that. I didn't as to what most people went through as far as school or college. I never dealt with. I went to a military school when I was 12. Graduated at 16. I then went to Eastern Michigan for like a month. I tested out of pretty much everything. All I had was 6 months as a TA. And then, hey, here you go, a teaching certificate. All right, thank you.
Nice.
I ended up going and teaching for like 6 months in 2006. And then I ended up, a friend of mine from Howe, he ended up going over to MIT. And I was told I had to go and show my students the movie An Inconvenient Truth, right? So I'm watching this thing, I'm going, that's bullshit, that's bullshit, that's bullshit, that's bullshit.
Well, you know what? You should have shown your students that movie and then just inserted your own commentary during it, pointing out all the bullshit.
Oh no, I did worse. I did worse. You see, Essig, he's been going. He was working on the satellite from MIT. They ended up going and launching this thing back in '87, right? Mm-hmm. And what they were doing was that they were measuring the amount of radiation escaping Earth's atmosphere into space. Okay. If the whole CO2 theory holds water, the amount of radiation escaping into space would decrease, right? Because it's all being trapped in the atmosphere.
Oh, I actually kind of remember this from the global warming cover-up.
Well, no, it was Essig over there going and doing this, so I ended up getting all of the raw data. He ended up going and faxing it over to me, and I gave it to my students.
Nice. And is that what got you fired by chance? Actually telling the truth?
Oh, it got me blackballed from every public school in the country. I can go to a private school, or I used to be able to go to a private school, but that got me blackballed from every public school in the country.
Yeah, in case you ever needed evidence that it's about indoctrination and not education, there you go. You try to actually educate them, and you get punished for it because you're not, just showing the government-approved indoctrination media.
Oh, dude, you're not kidding. the principal went freaking ape shit when I showed the students that the first black judge elected on this continent was in 1768. Apparently, it was wrong to go and say that.
Wow.
Really?
Well, it goes against the public narrative they're trying to push, so we can't have the pesky thing known as the truth getting in the way of their agenda.
Oh no,
Blacks were allegedly unable to do anything back then. Nope.
Oh bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh no, here's one. They were bitching, and I actually had the other history teacher going saying, "Oh no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong." So, and I was expecting this, and I've been holding this $2 bill in my pocket for about 7 years. So he's saying that. So I go and I pass it around the class, and I point out the black guy who signed our Declaration of Independence.
Oh man, I actually have a framed replica of that Declaration of Independence somewhere around here, but I haven't seen it since I moved. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I have to dig that up somewhere.
Man, of the 23 points on the Declaration of Independence as to why we split, we're dealing with all but like 2 of them.
Yeah, I actually really agree with that line from The Patriot. Like, all we did was trade one tyrant 3,000 miles away for 3,000 tyrants 1 mile away.
Yeah. Actually, I still think of the last line from Escape from L.A. Or like the last couple minutes is like, there's no swearing, no spitting, no smoking, no red meat, and all you have is Snake looking over, land of the free, huh?
Yep. Yeah, I think the worst thing I've seen recently is a whole bunch of different groups have done the same thing, but they actually read through the entire Communist Manifesto. And right now, the way the U.S. is right now, we meet 9 out of the 10 demands that Marx laid down for a communist society.
Oh, you ain't kidding.
Oh,
Yeah, I like to point that out to anyone that likes to claim we're still capitalist. Like, at best, we're a crony capitalist.
We haven't been a capitalist country since what, 1922?
Yeah, actually, yeah, the Great Depression ended all of that.
Oh, no, it was Wilson. Wilson ended up going and putting in crap. What was it?
Oh God, Woodrow Wilson, the worst president in history, right there.
I don't know. Grant for a long time, I think, had taken that title.
I don't know. Look at who did the most damage in the long run, though. I mean, I think it was probably Wilson.
I don't know. Honestly, I think it was my cousin.
Mm-hmm. So you're related
Lincoln.
to Grant?
No, Lincoln.
No,
No.
yeah, that's right. Oh, it's okay. We can completely suspend your rights.
Yeah, he's technically my 5th cousin, as a result of being adopted, but I take some pride in that, but dear God, knowing that he is the one who opened the door to this cascade of executive order after executive order, suspension of rights, selling he promised the entire South, he pledged the entire South to the banks to go and finance the damn war.
Yep, and now we're all in their pockets. Although, honestly, I guess I was talking with one of my friends about this earlier, but the more I interact with your average person these days, the more I actually sympathize with the bankers. Because I kind of look at that and like, you know what? These people are good for nothing but taking advantage of. I'm sorry. That's just how I see it. And I've always been, one of my favorite quotes ever is, fools are meant to suffer, not be suffered.
Oh, where is it?
Yeah, I think the best option now is to, instead of trying to fix society, because I realize it's hopeless, I'm trying to distance myself from it as much as possible. So when everything collapses, I could be relatively unscathed. Because I've given up trying.
Oh, I'm right there with you. I've given up.
Oh crap! I'm still in the dark. Holy shit! There, better.
Yeah, you look fine.
Yeah, so much better. Wow. Dude, speaking of that, I was over at the hospital earlier today because I was going. I understand my other video. I went and I donated plasma and found another MGTOW. Well,
Oh yeah, you did mention that. Was it there's three of you and
Yeah.
you trying to gang up on that other guy and convince
No.
him to go MGTOW? Or-
no. We didn't try to go and gang up. I was talking to the guy, and I ended up going and mentioning the red pill, and he was still paranoid. This was his first time in going and donate. All right, so he's freaking out, thinking that he was supposed to have taken some kind of pill. And when he did that, it's like, so is this red pill going to help me? And I responded like, well, yeah, dude, it can save your life.
Oh yeah, so he was thinking it was an actual pill, huh?
Yeah, and as soon as I said it can save your life, he had realized I was speaking like metaphorically, and he started to relax. And he's like, well, what do you mean? So I started explaining, like, don't get married. I start. I'll be honest, we were actually sitting there watching this show they had up on the TV that actually fit into it almost perfectly. It was like King of Queens, but Tyler Perry. And no, I had Janet Jackson. Yeah, it was Tyler Perry, Janet Jackson. I don't know, it was something. And they started going in there and berating this guy. I was like, yeah, you see that? Does anyone here bat an eye? No. He's like, wait a minute. And then it had moved on from there. Eventually, I ended up going and saying MGTOW. And then the guy on the other side of him is like, MGTOW? He just sits up and looks over. Like he hadn't heard any of this at all up until this point in time. And then it just turned out that of the three guys that were there, two of them were MGTOWs, and this guy was just asking question after question.
Nice. So he was actually receptive to it. He wasn't getting all white. He wasn't white knighting you.
Oh hell no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Damn! I actually just noticed that the Hangout picked one of my other Google Plus accounts.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah. Oh well. It's not my real info anyway. Not like I care.
Yeah. As Obi-Wan Kenobi once said, it's all a matter of your point of view.
Hey, that's right. Yeah. Technically, all 10 of my aliases are me, right?
Yep. It's like Jeff Dunham with all of his different puppets.
Yeah, pretty much. I could probably do that. But no, actually, that's kind of my goal. I want to have as many aliases as humanly possible. That way, if I ever do go to jail, the judge would have to spend like half an hour reading them all off.
That would be funny.
Yeah, and I could say, oh, no, actually, that one wasn't. Oh, you forgot 3 of them. Here, let me mention them to you.
Yeah.
Just drag it out as long as possible. I've actually been to an actual courthouse when I was thinking of going into the criminal justice field. And if you sit in on your local courthouse, most cases go by in like 5 minutes.
Wow.
Like the judge,
Oh yeah.
just sitting there, you know, they bring everyone in, everyone says like 2 or 3 minutes, and then the judge says, okay, guilty, not guilty, whatever the sentence is, and move along. Now that's of course all the express cases that don't require a jury trial.
Oh no. Over here, I had to go into the court over here a while back. Just some stupid shit. I was the last one in there too. I was just in there to go and say, "Yep, it was me." Pay a $10 fine, and that'd be it. And it was.
So you think?
Or that was what it was supposed to be. Okay. Well, here I am. I'm sitting in there, and I'm seeing these case after case after case. This one was this woman ended up doing 73 in a school zone. $150 fine, walk out the courtroom. I could not believe that crap. And ran a freaking stop sign at the same time. Dude.
Well, if it was a man, but actually teenagers get leniency too, because one of my coworkers got screwed over that way because He was waiting in court, and he got a speeding ticket for going like 7 over. So he was going there to contest it. And the kid before him, he was like some 17-year-old high school kid who just got his license. And he was caught going like 80 in a construction zone, and he was driving drunk and wrecked his car. And the judge just said, you just slap on the wrist, like, okay, just don't do it again. Oh, I'll forgive you this time.
What?
So my coworkers, they're like, oh damn, that if he let that off the hook, I'm set. And then he came in, he said, oh, I was going 7 over, got this $200 speeding ticket for no reason. It's like, no, you're paying the whole thing. Actually, here's a charge for wasting my time. Like, what? So the theory is that the kid's parents must have done some lobbying, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. I have a younger brother who has that kind of luck. He ended up going stealing a truck while he was all hopped up on Xannies, ran it through a wall, all right? Spent three nights over at Dickerson. He was back on my front door in less than a freaking week. I couldn't freaking believe it. Oh my God! This kid had sat through his own bay window. He got so trashed up on Xannies.
Maybe that's why they let him go.
Actually, no. I found out why later. He ended up going and taking a deal with the DEA over here on West Road. What a freaking narc.
So what was the plea deal then?
The plea deal was to help him go and track down smuggled pharmaceuticals. Because
that
my
sounds
brother,
about right.
Well, no. See, the thing is that at the time my brother was a drug rep.
Well, I kind of figured he'd know where to get the stuff he was high on, so it does make sense.
No, he would get it by the truckload.
Oh man,
I am not kidding. We were expecting it to become a huge freaking story. They ended up going and linking the whole thing up to a medical warehouse.
So in the end, he ended up busting a whole drug ring, huh?
See, I'm not kidding. That really is the type of luck he has. He blows every last dime he has. He always has a roof.
He's still doing it?
He's kind of cleaned up a bit in the last 13 months, 14 months. But here he is. He's 29, and he's just now getting out of this 15-year-old stage. I swear he was held back all because after our dad died.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, this makes perfect sense. Just like the way women act. As long as the way you act now, keeps bringing you the benefits you want with no drawbacks, why the hell would you change?
Pretty much. I've kind of thought about it like that, but see, for him, we're both adopted. He's Korean. All right, and over here, people are so damn overly sensitive. I'm not kidding. I actually had to go and drive to Gary, Indiana to go and pick him up from a gas station, truck stop, restaurant, pool hall / police station. I'm not kidding. Because my brother and my cousin ended up swallowing like 3 boxes of Coricidin coughing cold, and decided that on a quarter of a tank, they were going to drive from Detroit to Chicago with $10 so they could go and get a damn Slurpee.
How far did they actually get? Well,
Gary,
Indiana. To Gary, Indiana, right?
They ended up blowing up his car. Yeah. The engine blew up. This thing hadn't had coolant in it from like Sturgis, Michigan.
Well, at least that's still better than what one of my friend's stepdads did. He thought it was okay to just replace the coolant with water. Like, it's only going to be for a little while.
Oh, let me guess, like Minnesota or something. And next day, everything was popped.
Well, no, it's in Colorado. But yeah, then he he was driving between Pueblo and Colorado Springs, and the car broke down halfway.
Oh man.
But then again, look at it this way. He's the kind of guy, I don't think he's ever spent more than $1,000 on a car. He just buys like the
Really?
cheapest junker he can find, and then he spends thousands of dollars on repairs for about a year, and then it's completely trashed, and then he spends another couple $100 just to spend thousands more on repairs again throughout the year. And everyone keeps telling him, like, dude, just spend $5,000 and get something decent. You're spending all the money anyway.
Oh no! See that was one of the things I was trying to point out in one of my videos. That if we're trying to have like limit our contact and investment into society, let's go and cut our bills back with a couple of the wireless companies. Like, dude, you can go and like me. I'm down to $10 a freaking month.
Yeah, that's actually thanks to my sister. We're probably going to be moving to something like that too. Because right now I'm actually on my parents' plan because it's actually cheaper for all of us to be on the family plan. But now my parents don't want to be. My parents don't want their smartphones anymore, so they're going to go back to their flip phones. And then, so me and my sister found this other plan that's kind of like, I think $7 a month base, and then you're charged based on usage for everything else. And going back through all of our phone history, as much as we use our phones, in the heaviest month, we'd probably only end up paying like $20 each tops. It would usually be around like $10 a month. Like, fuck yeah,
dude. You got to get those things. I don't know. Is there a way we could go and like start a MGTOW channel on how to go and cut down on expenses? I mean, it's almost like a prepper channel thing at that point, isn't it?
Well, I did one video about cutting some expenses, but yeah, I'm actually pretty good at cutting expenses because I got some pretty expensive hobbies, so I got to save money. So I eat like a hobo, so I could blow all my money elsewhere.
Well, let's see. What am I doing right now? I am stabbing fruit and eating with my knife.
Well, at least you have a knife, yeah. Yeah, actually, whenever I got some blackberries right now, I just eat everything by hand. Anything I can, anyway. Mac and cheese, it's a bit difficult, but not impossible.
No. See, me, I was actually thinking about doing a MGTOW video on building a still. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, cutting expenses and cutting tax footprints, that's a pretty good video topic.
Yeah.
That's actually the reason I'm planning now, because I still am planning on going off-grid, but I don't think I'll have to do it incrementally. So either this year or next year, I'm probably going to sell my house and just buy an RV. And
actually,
out of that.
Yeah, I've been looking into that one myself. I was actually see, for me, I have the issue of I have to pay about $60,000 to get my electrical license back, and about $115,000 now to get my driver's license back.
I don't even want to know what you did to lose them that much.
Right.
My ex-wife.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that explains why you're MGTOW, huh? Yeah. See, no, I'm one of those lucky guys. I'm really thankful to guys like you because I just got to see all the guys around me just getting taken through the grinder.
Dude,
and I don't want that, so I've stayed away.
Dude, I got sent up to Pensacola for 3 months. I came home, and my mother-in-law was moved in, father-in-law was moved in, 2 sister-in-laws moved in, their frickin' dogs. And
then you were told you're moving out, right?
Oh wait, no, it got better. All right, now this was after Katrina. All right, Katrina hit 2005. In like January of 2006, I got booted. All right, I was not back for the second semester. And so what ended up happening was I went over to the Union Hall, local 310 for the IBEW, right? And I went over there. They were looking for people to help go and rebuild the city. Signed in over there, and and I ended up going testing out of 4 of the 5 years of the apprenticeship. So I had 1 year as an apprentice, and then I graduated after a year with an electrical engineering degree. Whole lot of good it does me now, right? But while I was there, I was also going and gutting houses with a buddy of mine, Bill. We were pulling in on our downtime $3,000 a frickin' day just going and gutting houses because we didn't actually have to spend any money for disposal. It's a disaster. All we had to do was move it out to the curbside, and the state would pick it up.
Nice.
So
you said you have an electrical engineering degree, though, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to be an electrician. You can go actually get a job as an engineer. You don't need a license for that.
True, but most of them still ask for your driver's license. Then I gotta explain that, and then
you don't got any other state ID?
Oh, I have state ID. Well,
Yeah.
currently it's expired. I gotta get it renewed. Birthday was like
'cause
a week and a half
technically you
ago.
could always just tell them you have no need for a car. You just use public transit.
Yeah, I was looking at that when I was actually offered a job at 25 at a base of 25 an hour. It's okay. The base wage up here out of 58 is 53.12 an hour. So yeah, it's good money regardless. At 25 an hour, great. Then I gotta get there. Given the type of job, I'm also looking at a tax rate in excess of about 30% on my federal income tax, and 65% of my income is already slated for my ex-wife.
Okay, are they also forcing you to have a good job, or are you in one of those situations that if you were ever unemployed,
No, actually,
the judge
no.
would pretty much tell
Actually,
you're screwed?
No, actually, if you listen to the video I made of my pain and some of the shit I had to deal with my ex-wife, you'd realize that I have just recently, in the last 2 months or so, acquired the green card, Medicaid. I am finally broke enough after years because my parents were dead and the from touch had 10 cents in. I'm not joking. 10 cents. I did not qualify for a damn thing because it existed. Right?
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's horrible.
Ugh.
And so I now finally qualified as a result of everything that is finally going on. Now here's the sick part. During this time, I have been hit with CPS cases for kids that aren't mine. Oh no, I got one that I was instantly put on the register instantly because I was accused of electrocuting a kid.
By who?
Yeah.
Was
A
it
kid.
your ex-wife? Yeah.
No. No, that was up here in Michigan. Kim and all of that, they're still down in Florida. See, one time I tried to get them into Alabama. Yeah, she wasn't gonna have that one. For a short time, Alabama had like this pilot program where in divorce and in custody battles, they weren't going to allow either party in the courtroom. All right. And what they ended up doing is putting little cameras in the courtroom and mics in for the lawyers, so the clients could go and talk to the lawyers could go and present the case to the judge, but no gender-specific terms, words, or phrases were allowed. So you couldn't go and say, well, a son needs his father, and just like a woman couldn't say, well, I carried them for 9 months. That was not allowed. And when they were trying to do this, I was staying at my Uncle Tracy's place, and I tried to get Kim and them up into Alabama so I could open the case there.
Well, women do that shit all the time. I know that they right before they file the divorce, they take the kids and run to some county that has favorable divorce laws and divorce there.
Oh no! See, Kim, she couldn't do that because she's the one who took off. All right, they at first it was almost like, well, hey, you're gonna have to leave, and I said, well, fuck you, I'm paying the damn bill for everybody. You leave, and since the lease was in my name, they got the fuck out.
You know, I'm surprised the courts didn't force you out anyway.
They forced they forced me out of the house I owned, not the one we were living in at the time. After coming out of Louisiana, I had enough cash. I went and I bought a house cash over in Northport, Florida. All right.
So that's the one you don't have anymore, huh?
Yeah. There was an accident in the garage which involved a gas leak and a water heater, and we ended up moving to another house in Northport, but going and leasing that one for a year, because that was the only deal we could get into any place that was next to the school that our kids were in. So we ended up getting over there. So a lease was in my name for that. So they had to go and leave. They ended up going into the camper that my ex-wife bought her parents with my fucking money. Kim in the end ended up getting the house, which was $320,000. Or at the time, it was appraised at that. But that was November of 2007.
Oh, actually, does she still have the house?
No, she sold it.
Oh, right after the crash, she sold it.
No, she sold. Actually, I'll be getting into everything she did. She ended up getting the house, all the money, the bikes. See, I had a '95 Harley Springer Bad Boy. Oh my god, that thing was beautiful. And and we.
How the hell did they justify giving her your motorcycle?
Oh, and my dog Blackjack. Blackjack was a half husky, half gray wolf. He was essentially a 180-pound lap dog that in artificial light had blood red eyes, but in natural light bright yellow.
How the fuck did she get the dog? Really?
Oh no, she got Blackjack. I got her little shitty mop head Maltese dog Tonka. She got my dog and then sold him.
Oh my god.
No, I get this little fucker, and So I ended up going and dropping the dog off over at her dad's truck at his job site. So I can imagine the look on his face as he got out to the car to see his birthday present to his daughter sitting in the front seat of his truck. And no, she ended up in the end. She ended up taking 1.3 mil in cash and assets.
God.
I got $500 in my F350, and that was it. I called a buddy of mine up here in Michigan. I came up here for a job over at DTE. It's only supposed to be like a 3-month job, going and switching out to all the smart meters. And that would have got me enough money to get back down to Florida and to my kids and everything. And then the market crashed, stranded me up here. I got another job doing asphalt at $1,500 a week, which I was not going to complain about. And
that's more than I make.
Yeah, it's more than I make too.
By quite a bit.
Really? Yep. Dude, I was making $15 an hour at 15. Dear God, man, I feel sorry for all of you. You guys don't even know as to what capitalism looks like.
Well, my dad was in the army, moving around every 2 years until I was, like, what, 17?
So
yeah, I didn't even get to have a driver's license until I was 18.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, because living in Germany, the driving age was 18 there, so I couldn't get a license over there.
Oh, and isn't the license like $3,000?
Yeah, you're required to go to driving school before you could get your license there.
It's like a $3,000 investment to go and get a driver's license. Oh.
Yep. Well, though that seems to be pretty common almost everywhere else in the world, though.
Uh,
Yeah, it's a good way to. It's a nice way to leech some money out of you.
it doesn't seem to be all that expensive in India and or like in Saudi Arabia. It's like they hand cars out like candy. I mean, I was over there. I actually saw these people playing bumper cars, just driving around like it's nothing.
Oh well. Well, I bet their roads are a lot safer since they don't let women drive there.
Dude, has anyone actually gone and taken my advice and watched that damn show off the BBC? Never teach your wife to drive. That was hilarious. I felt sorry for the guy. This one guy.
I remember how much fun my dad had teaching my sister how to drive.
See, my parents were lucky. They never had to actually deal with that. Hal ended up doing it for them. And oh man, it sucked. I ended up going and working my own way through military school. But anyways, getting back to Kim, she ended up going selling the house, selling everything. She went and blew all the money. She ended up cashing everything, selling the cars, the bikes, the dog, everything. She went through all of her money. I mean, all of it in 9 months.
How the fuck do you go through $1 million in 9 months?
Oh, better. Then she went. Then she went and raided our kids' 529 funds. Do you even know what these are?
Is it a trust fund or?
Kind of. It's an education fund. You can go and set them up. It's tax free. Think of it like a hedge fund, but completely tax free as long as it's used for educational purposes. Like if it's going to a college or buying books. But you actually have to prove it. If you don't, you end up getting taxed like 60-something%.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what that was because I had to pay my own way through college.
I tested my way through college. Then I got the union to pay for it.
Well, I kind of got a little bit of a discount. I only paid half of what I would have because I got a job at the college and they had nice discounts.
Always good, man. Always good. But yeah, she ended up going and raiding the kids' college fund. It was up to $500,000.
Yeah.
Of course, since she took it out, she probably only got like what, 200,000?
Oh no! She didn't take it all. She didn't take it out all at once. No, that would have made too much sense. It was.
Man. Just thinking what I could do with that much money. I mean, I'd be living free right now if I had even 200,000.
Dude, right now, if I had, I did the math on this. If you, when I was a kid, at a 2% interest rate, you could live on just the interest off of $5 million for the rest of your life and never have to worry. At 2% of $5 million, that's $100,000 a year.
Wow.
Or no, sorry, that's 10,000. Well, yeah, it's 10,000 a year. You already have all your stuff. You already own your land, and if you're looking at some of the land I've been checking out over in Arkansas or in Montana, the taxes on it is like $7 a freaking year.
Yeah, and that's actually another advantage of having an RV instead of building a house on that land, is because an RV wouldn't count as developing the land, so your property taxes will never go up.
Oh yeah. I actually the RV I was in when I was working in New Orleans, because I was making enough. I literally after a week I just went out and got one, a 32-footer. I ended up going and lining the entire roof and the awning in solar panels. I'm an electrician. What else am I gonna do? But oh yeah, I ended up going and generating like 1.8 kilowatts. And I ended up going taking a design that I found online for a methanol fuel cell to use as a battery. Dude, it works.
Nice. Yeah, that's what I was going to do eventually, because first I'd get the RV just to have it sitting there, just pay the rent at the trailer park or whatever. because you're limited to where you can keep them. Because I know it's like so many counties in this damn country. They consider, even if you live out of the RV, they still consider it camping. So you're
if
not
you-
even allowed to fucking camp on your own land, pretty much.
You.
Well-
oh, actually,
you can, but only for a
I
limited
actually found a
time.
loophole. I actually found a loophole on that. The way around that is actually to purchase BLM land. All right, Bureau of Land Management. All right. What it is that you can sit there and camp there legally for all but 3 weeks out of the year. But the cool thing about the BLM is that they sell parcels one right next to the other. So all you got to do is get two side by side, go and move your camper 10 feet. You're on a separate parcel. You're perfectly legal.
Yeah, actually, that was kind of my plan. If I wanted to stay in Colorado, is I'd buy, because they let you camp the county laws. You're allowed to camp for 2 months. So I kind of figured if I really wanted to, I could just go to a national park and just move it every 2 weeks. But I want to have it hooked up to utilities. So if I buy just 6 tiny plots of land randomly throughout the county and just move 6 times throughout the year,
See,
do the same thing.
that is why I say Arkansas. You have rivers.
Well, I plan on moving to Wyoming because they have a lot less obnoxious laws there, and no income tax or corporate
very
income
very
tax.
true. To be honest, I was actually looking at Alaska.
That's way too fucking cold there.
Dude, I'm in Michigan.
Well, for me, look, I'm from the Mojave Desert, all right? Anything lower than like 80 degrees is too damn cold. And I'm stuck in Colorado right now with a foot of snow outside.
All right, here's one. All last winter, all right, where I'm at in Michigan was on average 10 to 12 degrees colder than Juneau, Alaska, on a daily basis. I was watching this thing on Alaska, the last frontier, and some of these other ones on Alaska, and you got this couple that live up in Eagle, Alaska, and they're talking about their winters and everything, that's how cold it is, and this lady was complaining that it dropped down to -5, while that same week here, the real temp was -12, and the wind chill was -24.
Damn, that is cold.
Yeah, actually, funny enough, I remember a few days when I was in Germany, we had some massive blizzard come in at night, dump 2 feet of snow. It was like -20. And then in the middle of the day, come noon, it was like 70 degrees, and there's still a foot of snow on the ground. It was really hilarious.
That would actually be cool. The last time I have seen anything like that was on top of a mountain.
Yeah, at least it's not as bad as some of my family up in Poland. Because I remember when we were living in Germany, they were having these huge blizzards up in Poland, and it was so bad that entire towns were completely cut off from the rest of the world for like 2 or 3 weeks at a time.
Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, of course, those are middle of nowhere rural towns. I mean, it's not like the major city was just cut off, but most of our family live in middle of nowhere rural towns out there. So they had some pretty fun stories to tell.
I got family right now in Germany, Okinawa, Arizona, New Mexico, Oregon, Illinois, Alabama. I got a shit ton in Tennessee.
No, I don't have much of a family anymore. Well, between Hitler and Stalin, what I would have had for an extended family doesn't exist anymore.
We got hit by that. My grandma's side, on my grandpa's side, it's Cosby from Cosby County. On my grandma's mother's side, all right, I gotta be specific because on her father's side, she's a Hatfield. On her mother's side, she is a Rosenbaum from Poland. She just missed it.
Well, I'm sure whatever family she left behind didn't, though.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
at all. No, not even close. And then I had this chick I was like kind of dating for a while. Her sister just starts going socialism this, socialism that, and I just looked at her. Shut up, you fucking Nazi! And she gave me this look of, I'm not a fascist. Just I want everyone to think like me.
Really?
I could not believe it. She honestly thinks the concept of fascism is blonde hair, blue eye. That's it.
No, that's Aryan. There's a small difference. Yeah. But no, that is one thing I just can't stand about socialists is I've never met a socialist that has actually been from a socialist country, because anyone who's had the pleasure of living under socialism is they're like my parents escaped from the Soviet Union to come here, and now they see the push towards socialism. Like, what's wrong with these fucking idiots? Like, don't they realize where we escaped from? And they want to bring it here?
Oh no! See, the issue is that history isn't being taught. On Night King, the chick that was going on socialism this and socialism that, I explained that. Well, okay, you're a Nazi. I explained the whole thing. You're like, well, why does that bother you? I explained it, and then she did the whole PC thing and shirked away until she threw a temper tantrum in the kitchen.
Yeah. See, actually, I was just talking with one of my friends about this earlier. It's how it's funny how Hitler is made out to be the biggest villain in history, and he killed, what, 11 million people in his concentration camps, and he's the biggest villain in history. Stalin and Mao killed way more people than that, and they get a fucking free pass.
Stalin was... well, wait. If you're going to talk Stalin, you also have to talk Lenin. Lenin was 20 million. Then you had Stalin. He was, what, like 45 million? And then we have Mao, which is somewhere between 65 and 115 million.
Yep, and Hitler's 11 million make him public enemy number one. Like, dude, he's like a fucking baby compared to those guys, but they don't want to smear the name of communism, so... yeah, we don't even learn... Shit, I remember when I was in school, we learned jack shit about China. We had, like, one small chapter that just kind of, quickly runs through how Taiwan formed and all that, and just skips over the whole massacre.
So
yeah, and with Russia...
Do you even know about the reactor at the Pentagon? Like, at all?
What, the what? Yeah.
All right. Okay. In the late 60s, early 70s, as a result of the ramp up in the Cold War, and people were still paranoid. I mean, it's only been like 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened was that a bunch of the underground bunkers in D.C., and there were a lot of them, but the big ones are not in D.C., but they wanted to have their own power supply. Well, approximately, what is it, like 30-something odd stories down over at the Pentagon, they have a light water nuclear reactor.
Wow.
To act as a emergency backup, because it's down far enough that anything tied to it is not going to be affected by a EMP. And they could go and get power and communications back up quickly. I mean, are you serious? This was in our social studies book.
Never heard of this.
Really?
Nope.
Have you ever heard of the Greenbrier compound?
Mm-mm.
Damn.
They don't teach the important stuff anymore.
Okay, here's one. Who segregated the U.S. military?
I don't know that one.
Woodrow Wilson. The U.S. military had never been segregated until the 20th century.
Wow.
And the way they tell it, you would almost... I mean, by the time of the Civil War, 50% of the slave owners were black.
Yep.
They don't say that. What they also don't say is that, as to what Lincoln did in a number of his proclamations, all right, was that he only freed the slaves in the South. After the war, there were still slaves in Maine.
That I did not know.
I mean, come on. None of this is taught. None of this is known. will try and go and omit whatever they can, so that way they can go and turn any conversation any way they want. And it pisses me right the hell off. I'll be honest. I think the book, The Road to Serfdom, should be mandatory reading for every sophomore.
They can't have that. That goes against what they're trying to indoctrinate them into. But yeah, no, I was also talking about this, and we see right now just how relatively recent history is being censored, and yeah, it's being censored. They're just revising it however they see fit to push their agenda. Mm-hmm. That really makes me wonder how much of any history is actually accurate. Because we all know that the victor in any conflict is the one that writes the history. So how much of what we think we know is actually true?
A couple times I can think of where it was the victim that actually recorded the history. This one would actually be the case where the victims of the Mongols would.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, and how do you know it's actually true? Because we see how bad history is revised right now.
True, very, very true.
Yeah, I'm really, I'm almost getting to paranoid levels now. Like, how can I believe any of this crap? Well, I see how they revise everything that's recent. Well, so I can't even imagine how bad this shit's been revised.
Well, as far as what to believe and what to discard, I know I'm probably going to get a bunch of people bitching about this, but I think the Bible could actually be used as a decent tool. Because just like as we've seen in the Iliad written by Homer, many of these writings were either passed down, like the historical events were remembered, the details were muddied, and then there's some mythology added to it.
Well, it's just like based on a true story movie, pretty much.
Yeah. Now, see, the thing is that people like to go and say, well, there isn't any archaeological evidence for the Exodus. And here I am, I'm screaming to the top of my lungs, yes, there is. It just isn't in the time period of Ramses the second. It is in the time of Moses's, essentially cousin, pseudo-brother, during the reign of Ahmose. Moses and Ahmose. I mean, come on. The Israelites were said to have settled in the land of Goshen, correct? Well, over there we also have another group of people known as the Hyksos that settled in the land of Goshen during the time of famine. They also had a military arm known as the Haberu. It's not a big jump linguistically to go from Haberu to Hebrew. We have Moses, who is mentioned on a number of cartouches in Egypt. We know he was a member of the cult of the Aten. All right, the one and only sun god. This is long after the time of Tutankhamun ended up going and destroying the cult of the Aten. It still had a number of followers. Up until this point in time, the Israelites were actually had a pantheon. God, as some call him now, Yahweh. His name is not Yahweh. It is El, or Elohim. He had a wife by the name of Asherah, and in the Bible, his son Baal is essentially the Canaanite version of Thor, the storm and thunder god. That was the Canaanite or the Jewish at the time traditions. It wasn't until Moses that it became monotheistic at Mount Sinai, which had already been a holy site in Egypt for about 300 years. So its location was never really a mystery to anybody. But no, we actually have evidence for it, but not during the time of Ramses. So if it's not during the times of Ramses II, no one gives a damn.
Well, because most of the people studying it still want to take the Bible literally, so they're kind of limiting themselves to that.
When we find Jewish tombs in Greece that date to the time of the Exodus, all right, in which maps and a mosaic of the actual journey is literally in stone, Like, this was an experience that these people had. They wanted to go and remember it. This wasn't a couple hundred years later where the story could have traveled. This was the Greeks that were in Egypt that also left with the Hyksos, right, who were known in Egypt as El Amo, or God's people, which is where we know the name of God being El. Right? And you see that in Israel, Daniel, Mikael, Gabriel. Anytime God is mentioned in a name, it's always El or El, which was the head god who sat at the head of the council of the gods that was the Canaanite pantheon as described in the book of Daniel. Like I said, my parents were Gideons. They were the Bible thumpers. My punishments half the time were to go and copy out sections of the Bible.
Yeah, you probably know more about the Bible than most devout Christians do. I notice most of them don't even read the damn thing.
No, they don't. They don't. See, the thing is that if you can go and read the Bible as a manuscript on how to wage war. All right, you can go and take the nighttime raids of Abraham or of Joshua. You can go in and they actually explain all of their tactics. It is essentially a how-to book to wage war in the Middle East. But no one ever thinks of it like that. We get these nut jobs that go, separation of church and state. Hey, you idiot, that was not in the Constitution. It's in the Virginia letters. What's that? Ugh.
Besides, isn't the whole separation of church and state just that the government's not going to favor one religion over another? That doesn't mean they can't have religious symbolism. And besides, if that were the case, isn't freaking Christmas a violation of church and state since it's a federal holiday?
Yes.
I mean, not like I have a problem with it. That's actually one thing I don't understand about these fuckers. Why are you complaining about a paid day off of work? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I have is that it's not Christmas, because anyone who actually reads the Bible realizes that Jesus was born in the spring. Because guess what? Shepherds are not going to be out in the middle of fucking winter.
And also, Christmas is just a repurposed pagan holiday.
Hello?
Still there?
Because you also have what everyone seems to forget is the celebration of Mithras. Please tell me you know what that is. Okay. Education system is come. Okay. Mithras is essentially a god of war. All right. It is also associated with the sun, or Apollo. All right. In Rome, which is one of the places where Mithras was worshipped, the celebration of Mithras is during the Roman solstice of December 25th. It is the rebirth of the sun, S-U-N. So the early Christians adopted it into the birth of the sun, S-O-N. And everyone went on their merry, drunken way.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. I thought I heard that somewhere, that it represents, like you said, the sun. So, good refresher.
Oh, it's the same. If you go with the Druids, the Celts, the ancient Canaanites, the Babylonians, the Greeks, it is all effectively the same about the sun, S-U-N. The Christians just said, okay, it is the sun, but they just changed the spelling and then started going and christening and sanctifying the same trees that they were already worshiping and just co-opted everything. Because we still call it Yule and Yule tides and Yule logs. That hasn't left our lexicon. It's still part of our identity, and everyone just ignores that. It is not one single holiday for any one religion. You have that. You got Yule. Then we have Ramadan, or Kaboom, as some like to call it, and and we got Hanukkah, Yule, the actual solstice at which you want to go to all the people that like to go and gather at Stonehenge every damn year. This is what they're doing. They're going through the motions of it, not trying to understand why all of these traditions came about in the first place, which is where I think their thought patterns probably should go if they don't want to be a frickin' automaton.
Yeah, I've always found it funny in college. All these damn sheep are claiming they're free thinkers, yet they're thinking exactly like their professors trained them. That's just the funniest shit.
No, the best one is, I'm a free thinker, yet they're literally parroting the same thing everybody else is.
Yep.
I was a little bastard when I was younger, and I wanted to see how many idiots there actually were on campus. All right, so it was me and a buddy of mine. His younger brother was over at Western Michigan, so we went over there and we came up with a brochure. All right, we explained that this stuff was found in the exhaust from a nuclear power station. It is found in car exhaust. It is found inside of plastic containers. It is a byproduct of the coal industry. It had this toxic chemical has permeated every single organism on the planet. Dihydrogen monoxide. And they bought it. And they protested it and demanded every bit of dihydrogen monoxide be removed from campus.
Does that include the 80-ish% inside of their bodies?
No, they were going and protesting this shit, and I mean hard, for about 5 hours, until some smartass came out of a CVS, came over. So what's going on? We're protesting this toxic chemical. I did not lie. Not one part of that brochure did I lie. It is a byproduct of the act of combustion. I did not lie. And he laughed his ass off. The other kid, the kids there, they couldn't figure it out. So he then wrote it down, and some of them still didn't get it. And this is what we have as the best and brightest.
Those are the future leaders of America right there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there was a time in my life where I would have called bullshit on your story because no one could be that stupid. But every time I've used the line, no one can be that stupid, I've been proven horribly, horribly wrong.
So have I.
No. So I never
actually
that
lost
line
the bet
anymore.
on that one. I actually thought they were going to catch it. I lost $50 on that day.
Oh, man.
But no, it is insane. I ended up over the Christmas holiday. I had to deal with this this feminazi that was just an idiot.
Is there any other kind of feminazi? You don't have to be redundant there.
Okay, let me describe you as to how much of an idiot she is. Okay, she had to go to Kalamazoo College, which is a third-tier college at best. Okay, now she did not get there the first time she applied. Her father, who is a alumnus, had to go and pull some strings to get her into this school, which ranks lower than Wayne County Community College. Right. To give you an idea, okay, this is not accredited. No credits from this thing transfers to anywhere on the planet. It means nothing. All right. And she went and got her bachelor's in sociology. All right. And
wait, not women's studies?
Oh no, she's doing that at Grand Valley State, up over in Grand Rapids.
Oh, and then of course she's going to be one of the ones out there protesting.
No,
these student loans are killing us. Where's the jobs we were promised?
Oh no, better. It's better. Dude, she was over there going and just going and bitching up a storm about how, Oh no, I get all these because she's now a grad student. I am not kidding. This bitch who has a degree from Asswipe Tech has is trying to go and say she's more educated than everybody else in the building, and we have self-made millionaires sitting at the table that are not me. Okay.
Well, actually, remember, I used to work at a college bookstore. I've had more than my share of fun with doctorate students. But no, I think my favorite is actually my sister, because my sister worked at the same college I did, and she worked in the library. And this one doctorate student came in there and couldn't get her computer to work. So she went in to ask my sister, okay, can you look at this computer real quick? And so my sister walks over there. There was no fucking computer. IT took the tower for maintenance work. There's just the monitor and the mouse and the keyboard and all the cables loosely laying there. And then there was another one that one of her friends got it. She couldn't figure out how to send an email. Then a friend was like, "Oh, did you try actually, clicking the send button?" Like, of course I did that. I'm a doctorate student. I'm smarter than you.
That's a sound too. They all make that same sound.
Yeah. And actually, no. I'll be fair. It was split 50-50. Now, the half of them that were getting doctorates in useful fields like engineering, computer science, and physics, that they were always actually smart. And then you got the doctorate in literature, and oh man.
Oh yeah, because going and reading a book in Old English is so useful.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're totally contributing to society. I'm not going to say, or even things like philosophy. Now, I'm not going to say philosophy is useless, but getting a degree in philosophy is useless. I'm not saying you shouldn't study it, but getting a degree in it is not going to do shit for you.
No. I've been trying to push my daughter into STEM courses, right? And she decided to rebel against what I had wanted her to learn. But I'm not going to complain. She wants to be a doctor on the space station. That is her goal right now. And at 7 years old, great.
Well, if she's like any other kid, she's going to change her mind every 5 hours.
Actually, it's been fairly it's been fairly steady. She wants to either be a doctor or a geologist. She likes the idea of a neurologist, but the brain, as she put it, is just too complicated. And she really is kind of smart. I hope she never grows out of it. I really do. But yeah, I try to explain the whole thing. Well, she's going on Angela or Angiola. Yeah, fuck you. She wanted to go. Oh, I'm doing this. I'm a grad student and all this other just retarded crap. And so I simply ask her, okay, what are some of the ideas Karl Marx left out of all of his writings? And there's only like 2 of them that he always left out, as far as what people should be able to have. One is freedom of religion. The other one he never considers at all in any of his writings. Entrepreneurship. The idea of starting your own business was completely foreign to him.
Well, duh. I mean, in the socialist society, the government runs everything. Well, or they claim the people own everything, but in practice, socialism and fascism is the same fucking thing. It doesn't matter what it's like on paper.
Oh yeah, what is it? The Democratic People's Republic of North Korea.
Yep. Yeah, but that's the hardest thing you can explain to these college retards, though, is that the difference between practice and theory. And because all they know is theory, they have no practical experience whatsoever, and yet they seem to think that that's what it's going to be.
See, the one of the biggest shortcomings I see from a lot of them is they like to go and sit in this dreamland that their brain that they're well, I was about to call them brainwashers, but they're indoctrinators in charge. They can't really form a single coherent thought about what they're actually saying. They're going to go and say, well, we need to go and make sure there aren't any sick people. Well, okay, we can do that through selective breeding. We can do that in the sense of being able to pick out which embryo is going to be implanted. Well, no, that's not fair because someone might pick a boy.
Even though everyone seems to be picking girls whenever they get the chance,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
there's no problem with that. Apparently, that's
No.
okay.
The guy that actually developed the whole process for separating the X chromosome sperm and the Y chromosome sperm, right? Everyone was bitching that they're gonna go and have all boys. Oh no, it's a travesty. We can't allow this. 70% want girls, but oh no, once that happens, we don't hear a peep.
Yep. All of a sudden, all the complaining goes away. It's all okay now.
It's all okay now.
Oh man, and then we get this psycho mentality of see, I love it. The women in Kobani emulate this perfectly. Well, they put it on blast. The women fighters in Kobani in Syria, right? The city that's being that's under siege by ISIS and all them. Well, these women are going out and actually fighting. They end up going and making a YouTube video a while back. I saw it once, and then I can't find it. But they end up going making this video, literally shaming American women for being fucking pansies, for demanding special treatment. It was beautiful, but haven't been able to find the damn thing. I don't know if either of you had seen it.
No, I've actually heard about that, but I haven't seen it.
Dimitri, dude, you've been quiet, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty quiet when it comes to these podcasts, so I just sit back and keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, usually that's what I do too, but this case there's only 3 people, so it's a little harder.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, Dimitri's podcasts though are usually completely full.
I actually do need to get to bed. I got work tomorrow, fucking Saturday morning.
Damn, man. What are you doing?
Oh, I work in a hospital as a respiratory therapist, so.
I feel sorry for you, dude.
Yeah, day shift. Gotta love it.
Man, with all the nagging that you got to deal with, man. I just came from the hospital earlier today where I saw a woman go and steal the chair of a father who was taking care of a special needs kid. I'm not kidding. It was that pissed me off. But I'm seeing all these cackling hens over at every medical facility. How the hell do you stay sane?
Yeah, there's a lot of bitchy-ass nurses, so it's not easy.
Well, it could be worse. You could be working like my friend does. He's working for a non-profit that's 90% female.
Damn. Yeah, all the supervisors in our department are all female, too. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Over at the Pleasure Center, there were all but like 2 of the people working there were female. And when I had gotten that guy to go and watch the video from Raging Golden Eagle on Japanese women having to go and step up. Oh, dude, you should have seen the looks I got because he actually put it on speaker.
That's awesome.
Oh shit! So I offended the whole hospital. Huh?
It wasn't a hospital, but it was about 40 women.
Damn. Shit.
I mean, seriously, Golden Eagle. I mean, what type of career? I mean, would you be interested in?
Actually, I'd be interested in not having to work. Well, right now, actually, I like my career now. Right now, I'm a code monkey. But yeah, then I'm kind of thinking back. I could be making a lot more money than I am right now, but I'm actually satisfied with the job I have. I know if I switched, especially as much as my resume has ballooned in recent years, I could probably be making twice as much as I am now. But I'm also happy to probably working 3 times as hard. So in that case, it's not worth it.
Yeah, okay, I gotta ask. Dimitri, is that you with the loudspeakers?
I think so, because it's showing up as in my mic, so.
I was just wondering, because I got this, like, Grand Canyon echo effect.
Well,
Yeah, actually, I knew it wasn't me because I got the headset on, but I was thinking maybe the Hangout was screwing up.
nah, it's probably my speakers. I'm getting ready to head off anyway, so.
I've actually had it go in like screw up on me a couple times. Like that's why I got this earpiece here.
Yeah, it's me. I'm getting a lot of feedback, so. All right, not sure. Hopefully you can join my podcast.
Gladly, man. Gladly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, next Saturday, right?
Next Saturday, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another D&D night for me. Oh, well.
No, that's all right. You can always listen to the archive, so.
Oh man. D&D. Yeah, I never got into that. By the time I was really old enough to deal with that, I was at a military school shooting a rifle and rappelling and getting certified in school. I honestly never had an opportunity to do any of that. I didn't have the typical female bullshit from high school either. I guess I missed out on a lot of prep work because I don't think I would have made the same mistakes if I had.
Well, your past is what makes you who you are now, so be careful what you wish you can change.
Yeah, I know, but there are certain things in my past that I wouldn't change, even though they were really horrifying. One example would actually be as to why I'm adopted in the first place. I found my father dead in the bathroom after he had already turned purple. And then I watched my mother get stabbed to death, about 5 feet in front of me. Neighbors heard what was going on. Police got called. I became ward of the state, and woohoo, foster homes.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. I can't say I have any similar experiences.
See, I'm not, though. Because if it hadn't been for that, and I realized this even as a kid, I never would have gone and lived in Japan. I never would have been to Australia, Hong Kong, Singapore, Korea, China, Russia, India. I never would have been anywhere, and I've traveled Europe like 5 damn times. So I wouldn't have had a single one of those experiences had that not happened. And that's kind of the way I look at a lot of things when it comes to MGTOW. We are here as a result of what has happened in the past, all the injustice, everything that we've all had to deal with and put up with. Dealing with all of that, we have finally, en masse, gotten to the point where we are saying we're done. And we're doing it so successfully about being other people joining us that we're too successful, and now we're just this giant target. And I don't know if we can survive being this target, because we're going to have the orthodoxy come out en masse. We're going to have the liberal MGTOWs come out en masse, and the progressives, and they're all going to try.
They're already out.
Yeah, they're trying to go and claim as to what it is, and I just can't stomach that. It nauseates me, and that's why I think we need to be the loudest fucking voice out there. And when someone tries to change it, we gotta jump on their shit quick and instantly and brutally. Because the whole men's rights thing we've tried this 3 times before. I've been alive for 2 of them. This shit always happens, and it kills it from the inside.
Well, this happens to any movement or hobby or anything that becomes mainstream. That's actually, I think I said that on, I think, Mundane Matt's video. I don't.
Yeah.
Or was it, no, it wasn't him. It was
No.
Arini's video. That any hobby of mine, I actually hate it when it becomes mainstream, because then it has this big, it basically has this big target painted on your back, and then all the social justice wankers come invading
Yep.
in and changing everything. Everything slowly gets watered down to lowest common denominator crap, which really pisses me off, because it didn't become I mean, it wasn't lowest common denominator crap when it hit the mainstream and everyone started to like it.
Mhm.
But then all the freaking producers with the money start saying, okay, we're going to make this lowest common denominator crap
Oh,
to
yeah.
appeal to a wider audience and make even more money and milk it to death.
Yep, does the same thing with me as a kid in the '90s. I honestly I went as my parents being Bible thumpers growing up. All I really knew initially was hymns, and then I gotten a hold of, like, seriously, I spent like the first few years after being adopted literally singing Steve Green and a bunch of Steve Green songs. May all who come behind us find us faithful. Yeah, and all that stuff. And that was all I knew. And then my cousin Eric gave me his old Walkman, and Metallica killed them all. And my life changed from that moment on. From that moment, I'd be walking through the halls at church going, seek and destroy!
Nice.
So I had the rebellious gene to no end, to the point where I ended up going and porking the our pastor's daughter behind the chapel during a sermon on celibacy. I'll be honest, I was a little shithead.
Hey, if anything, that just kind of shows the ultimate fate of these highly religious kids. Now, I think that South Park episode with the homeschool kids was dead on. As soon as they get exposed to the real world, it just eats them alive.
See, for me, it was weird, because growing up, once I got that tape deck from my cousin, who was almost like an older brother, it was over. And then, like a year later, oh no, it was 2 years later, we ended up going to Japan. Now, my dad, being an aerospace engineer, he ended up going. I don't know if you saw that video, but anyways, he was a big fan of MacGyver. Okay.
Well, what guy isn't?
Well, I was the 9-year-old, literally 9 years old, rappelling. Well, not exactly rappelling, but using a rope to help steady my slide. Off of the 6th floor balcony, so I could run around Hiroshima at 3 in the morning all alone. I had never had this whole, dear God, I have to be attached to anyone thing. I think.
Well, luckily
probably
for you, Japan was safe.
Yeah, but it still is. I mean, it is amazingly safe. But it was honestly, looking back, I think it is a result of my early life and how I lived up until the time I was adopted, which is why I don't form those really strong emotional bonds. Honestly.
If you spent your whole life in a cage and suddenly someone flings the door open, yeah, I think that's pretty much what happened.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, after that I got back as a Boy Scout, and that was how I went to HOW. I found an advertisement for HOW in the back of a Boy's Life magazine, and at 12 years old, I'm looking at being held back for 2 years because I went to Japan. When I was there, I went from the 4th grade, right, and I came out 8th grade. And I was there for 2 years because you go to school all year round, and what it is that you move on to the next grade, right, after you pass all of your homework and all of your tests. Once you're done with that, you move on to the next grade level, and you actually have to.
That's how all schools should be.
Yeah, oh no, it gets better. You actually have to take an entrance exam to get into high school. Our college application process is their high school, and we want to compete with them with everyone gets a trophy.
Actually, no, Germany was the same way. You could once you get through middle school, you have to take a test to either get to go you either go to high school, which puts you on the path to college, or to one of two different trade schools.
Yep, same
So,
way in Japan,
yeah.
and you see as to how successful it is because they're able to go and focus their energies on the wheat instead of the chaff. And
Oh yeah,
it just gives them
that's
such
one thing
an
I hate about right here. Like you said, everyone gets a trophy, no child left behind. And like no, I remember when I was in school, I actually got yelled at by one teacher for sleeping in class. Why was I sleeping in class? Because she just spent the past hour trying to explain something everyone else already knows to the one retard that couldn't get it.
Mm.
And I was just like, why do I need to stay awake for this? I already know this crap. I actually read about it 3 weeks ago. I'm sorry.
Oh no!
And it apparently makes too much sense to just keep the kids that can't keep up after school to get them caught.
Oh yeah. See what we had to deal with was we had to go in. Well, when I went to Howe, you have to take an entrance exam. You have to take an aptitude test because if you're not smart enough to even understand what is being taught, you're not going to be accepted. After you take that, you have to take an IQ test. If you don't score at least 120, your process ends right there. Then after that, you have to go through a interview process with the school staff. All right, and if they approve you, then you have to go through an interview process with all the other cadets. So if anyone got an off feeling about you, you didn't get in. If you were a self-entitled princess and you somehow got in, the other girls at the school, and yes, it was co-ed, which is why I chose to go there. Sadly enough, I was thinking with my little head. If you didn't go and actually pull your weight, they booted you out. I mean, those chicks were fucking vicious. What the hell's that's kind of I don't know what somebody I think that there are no walts when it comes to certain scenarios. I don't think there is a true no walt. But given different sets of circumstances and scenarios, yes, I believe you will find them, and they do exist, and I have met a number of them, mostly as a result of going to school where I did. But I didn't have the same experience that you guys did. I got all the girls that were sick of all the bullshit that all the girls out in public school were doing. So I honestly, my whole my whole thing growing up as far as high school, I never had to deal with any of it. I dealt with the opposite. So I was almost set up for failure. You still there, dude? Carl? Or Raging Golden Eagle? All right. If you're, hopefully you'll get back on. Yeah, I think your mic is having some problems, dude. Oh yeah, no, we got. See, we are as to what our experiences made us, but only as a result of that do we even have this movement. And I don't want us to go and lose our soul. Our soul, our core, the reason why we've been able to go and react so quickly previously is simply because the core group have all been mainly made up of guys like me who've been pulled through the frickin' ringer six ways through fucking Sunday. And when that happens, we get what we have. We get MGTOW, and then we get women cutting up each other's faces. It's getting late. I don't want to sign this up. This was only supposed to be on for about an hour. So I'm going to sign off. Have a good one. Hopefully, the next one will be a bit more successful. Maybe get a bit more warning out there before doing the next one. Thank you. Have a good night. And Raging Golden Eagle, I appreciate you joining. Yeah, I know. I don't have the viewership most other guys do. I know it's my voice. Well, hey, see ya. Have fun. Adios. Oh wait, are you back? Oh. I think I just heard my landlord pull up. Let the trollop in. So if you get so Carl, if you're going to college, I mean, you said Code Monkey. I don't know. I've been thinking about going back to school for something. I don't know if software is my thing. Maybe I was thinking hardware for a while, but yeah, you were right. You were right. It was, What? I don't know. I don't know if any of the guys that were on the. I don't know. Would you be interested in doing an interview? A bowl that I can handle. Give me a minute. I can have a bowl, and we could actually go and question my landlord. Please be nice. She is my landlord.
So anyway, my laptop thought it would be funny to turn off, so I'm back now.
Is the power cord or a battery issue?
Well, actually, nothing. This whole time I've been sitting here playing my PS3, and my laptop just met its 2-hour inactivity shutdown.
It happened.
Yeah, but anyway, like as I was actually off on a nice rant before I noticed it was off.
Please continue.
Yeah, no, we were talking about the American way. You know how Germany, Japan, and all that. If you got a weak link, you either strengthen the link or remove it and put it somewhere else. Here in America, you weaken all the other links to make the weak link not feel bad.
I want to. See, this is my landlord is actually the frizzy-haired woman from the original video. The interview. Oh fuck! What the hell? Yeah, the older sister as always. See what I gotta deal with.
Yeah, I'm glad I live alone.
Well. You haven't been put nearly $200,000 in debt, and you haven't had your credit rating go from over 750 to 430.
Dude, I've never even seen $200,000 in one place. All right.
I've had that on my table.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the most I've ever had at one time is 20,000.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Let me see if I can go and put you on speaker without getting a feedback thing. I am not used to this whole earbud thing. I grew up in the era of headphones, not earbuds. It actually irritates the living shit out of me.
Yeah, actually, I ran into a separate issue. My headset died as well, so I'm sitting here at my laptop plugging it in because I had this nice wireless one, but I was in the kitchen, but now I can't.
Hey, quick question: are you picking up any echo?
Nope.
All right, cool. I actually got it working without getting that echo effect. Alright, maybe I can get this thing out of my freaking ear. Ow! Alrighty, now I can act like a 70s game show host. So where are all the dancing girls in bikinis?
I don't know. I would love to see some.
I can pull up a bunch of dancing girls in bikinis if you like.
All right, now. Calm down first.
It's an interesting day at work. So how was dealing with
It wasn't at work. It was on the drive home.
Oh, so it wasn't the libtards, it was the cops.
Yes.
Hey,
The cops. Actually, it wasn't even really the cops. It was the damn fucking bureaucracy bullshit.
Okay, please explain that one.
I renewed my tags because I had to in December.
Well, yeah, I
I renewed my tags. I did it New Year's Eve at like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, after work.
dumbass.
Now, according to the cops, even though it's now the 3rd, it's still not registered in the system that I renew my tabs.
Yeah, that's Michigan for you. Hey, are you actually able to go and pick us up all right? Or is it like,
yeah?
or is it like really quiet?
Well, I got my headphones on, and they're not even at max volume, and I can hear it, so good enough for
Alright.
me.
Yeah. Getting back to the education standards, a lot of them just like tanked after '78. I'd gotten lucky. Honestly, I was born at the very beginning of the '80s, and I actually got all the old textbooks from like '73, so I got them prior to getting scrubbed.
Well, I'm lucky because I had parents who escaped from the Soviet Union and actually made sure I learned something somewhat important.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
always good.
Although I did get to live through the demise of the playground, though. Because when I started school, we had these awesome, like, 3-story, like, jungle gym type playgrounds where you could actually fall and hurt yourself. But they were actually fun. And then every year, as I got through school, the playgrounds got smaller and smaller until you had this plastic crap that's about as high as your hip that you can't even do anything fun on. And then they wonder why kids don't want to go outside.
I grew up playing on a giant steel diamond plate, rusted diamond plate playground on top of an old nuclear missile.
Well, I didn't have the nuclear missile part, but we had this awesome. I guess we had this obstacle course. It was this old military, like, boot camp type obstacle course that was our playground. So we pretty
I
much,
love
like,
those things.
Yeah, we climbed up like the 6-foot wall, and that was the thing. All of us boys, we just climbed up to the top of the wall and then jumped down.
And
And
running
that's
across
how we
the wall
occupied
and
ourselves.
climbing the cargo net.
Yeah. Well, there wasn't much left of the cargo net, and no one was replacing it. But we had the overhead bars, though.
Oh no, I grew up in well, what I say when I grew up, the place where I stayed the longest or any length of period in my life. I've never stayed in any place longer than 4 years. And yeah, I've actually
What's 3 for
moved
me?
6 times in 1 year. The the park I would want to play at, where I say I grew up at, was in Riverview, Michigan. And it used to be an old missile base for the Air Force. This thing was armed with 15 megaton warheads on top of Nike missiles, and I'm playing on top of them.
Well, luckily for you, it takes a lot of effort to actually trip them off. So yeah, that whole thing you see in the movies, or hitting the missile with the hammer, that wouldn't do shit.
Oh no, you actually have to arm them first. I grew up in Hiroshima. I learned how to build a nuke. It's like it's like mandatory to learn how an atomic bomb goes together by the 6th grade.
Not anymore. It's not.
Really? When
Yeah.
when were you over there?
Well, I wasn't in Japan, but I'm just saying, just based on the American education system.
When
Yeah.
I was there back in '91, on our way back here stateside. Prior to coming back, I ended up going and staying almost like a month over at RERF. Here I am at 10 years old, and I'm staying at a month at a radiation lab. All right, it was awesome. RERF stands for Radiation Effects Research Foundation. There's only 2 of them, one in Hiroshima, one in Nagasaki. The building I was in, I grew up in, was only about a half mile away from as to where the bomb went off. Like 2 blocks away from the A&A Hotel. If you ever go on Google Maps, look up the A&A Hotel in Hiroshima. I live like 2 blocks from there. But yeah, the standards when I came back, like I said, they wanted to go and hold me back for a couple grades because it was already starting into the whole thing of we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, so we can't put we can't go and put little not sure over here in high school because all the older kids would feel bad. That was already starting in the early '90s, dude. You were doomed from the get. Yeah, after that, I went to Howe. I ended up getting registered with an IQ of like 165. My brother ended up hitting a 183.
Damn. Yeah, I'm only like 133. So yeah, I'm pretty much the retard in this group, I guess.
No, actually, no, you're not.
Well, see, you got to think relatively here, you know.
Well, no, see, that's the thing, though. That's something that most people don't actually realize, is that the IQ test is not against a single standard. I don't know if you actually realize that. It's actually against the average. For an age.
Well, I know
group.
that. Oh, I know. It's with average is 100, and then it just kind of grades you on the bell curve.
Yeah.
But relative to the company I'm keeping right now.
Actually, they go by everyone in your age that was born the same year you were born, and then they rate everyone in the 2 years prior to when you were born and 2 years after.
Hmm.
And that's where they get the average for any individual person. So the whole thing actually moves. It's like a wave. Now, if you go to take the all of the online tests, I don't really put too much faith in too many, but you can actually find some actual good ones out there. If you find them and you take them, if you change your age, it changes the outcome. Like if I was say take my score in 1996, all right, at 163, and you compare that literally to all that same score to right now, I actually score around 210.
Damn.
As
Last
a
time I
result
took
of
a
the
test was like 10 years ago. Maybe we should see what it is now. Because hell, after all my peers went to college, I'm quite sure my score would probably be pretty damn high too. Seeing what happened to them.
Actually, we were actually discussing your sister and talking about I go to grad school. We were actually discussing that earlier.
Wonderful.
Yeah. She may be
okay,
my landlord, but I torment her as like an older brother.
Oh, nice. But no, I guess some people are still under the delusion that any college degree means you're worth something. They're like, no, it all depends on what it's in these days. It doesn't just matter that you have one. You have to have a useful one.
I have two sisters who are classic majors. They literally study classics, like classic philosophers, the cultures, but it's not like they actually do the real history. They do the PC version of all of it.
Except, and what happens when anytime I challenge them on Roman law?
They give up.
Yeah. Well, they don't know. I don't think screaming and pitching a fit counts as giving up. That's making you give up, right?
I told them about Angiola throwing the plates.
Yeah, because I think, like I mentioned before, it's I have nothing against. I mean, I think philosophy is useful to study, but it's completely useless as a degree. It's not going to get you anywhere unless you want to be a college professor, I guess.
Well, yeah, except if you're doing that, it makes you no different than like Karl Marx. See, for example, I actually listened to Stefan Molyneux. Right?
Yeah, me too.
I don't always agree with everything he says. I will say one thing though. I don't see how his concept of anarcho-capitalism can actually work. There's no real structure that can develop to actually handle that while still going and maintaining with his ideals without being in some like utopian universe.
Yeah, I think anarcho-capitalism is just like communism. It's a utopian society that could never be reached anyway. Because just look at any time we've had anarchy in the past. It's always like some group gathers together and rips it a new one.
Yep.
It can never work. Actually, by nature of human nature, we can't have any stable society. Period.
See,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, we always start out near the anarchy level and then slowly start working our way up towards completely totalitarian. And then a revolution occurs and we slide back to anarchy, and then we slowly start working our way up again. That's the never-ending cycle.
Yeah, I know. It's a never-ending cycle, but most of that is because we've been so damn stupid, we don't actually pay attention to what happened prior.
And that's never going to change.
We can hope.
Yeah.
With the invention of MGTOWs, we can hope.
Well, then I think we're going to meet the same fate. Have you played BioShock by chance?
No.
Oh, no, I think we end up meeting the same fate as that shit.
I'm more of a strategy guy.
No, but BioShock, it's based off of Atlas Shrugged pretty much.
Really?
And and then was it the Andrew Ryan? You could kind of tell the name right there, right? He kind of went Galt, started his own underwater city to get away from all the parasites. But of course, what happens? The parasites follow, or or the parasites. Even if you have a utopian society, either the parasites will come in, or they'll be born into the society, and then everything went to shit. I mean, if we had. I think all these government structures, it could only work at a very small scale and stay stable. But as soon as you have anything more than like a village, that's
right. Except the problem is that the structure of government is inherently geared towards growth.
Yeah. No, one of my friends had this awesome quote there. It's like, the bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy.
Yep.
And
that was a complaint even during the time of Genghis Khan. He ended up going and killing all of the bureaucrats and set up his own Pony Express.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm starting to realize that may be the only solution. Because the closer or the more totalitarian a government gets, the more likely that a violent revolution is the only solution.
Well, as we like to joke about, my parents, as I've already explained, were Bible thumpers. They were Gideons. I don't know if you know what that is. These are the people that stand outside of schools handing out Bibles. These are the people going to prisons and handing out Bibles. These are people putting Bibles in every single hotel room. These were my parents.
Your biological or adoptive parents?
Adopted.
Okay. So the ones you actually grew up with. Okay.
Yeah. My biological, I never really got too much of a chance to know. All I really know is my genetic background, and simply put, I am a mutt.
Hey, you know more than me. I actually have no clue up beyond my great-grandparents.
In the Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah, we've all been, Poland. That's pretty easy.
For me, what I know is my mother was Mexican. All right? My mother was Mexican, and when I was born, she was 16.
Well, actually, was she a Spanish Mexican or a native Mexican?
She was dark.
Because that's actually important. Yeah.
She was dark and 6'3".
Oh, okay. So she was a native Mexican then. Yeah, because I know they have a caste system in Mexico too.
And she would have been at the very bottom of that caste.
Yeah.
She would have been at the very bottom. But no, I'm half Mexican, and then the rest is honest. I am literally everything that has ever hit these shores. All right? I got Blackfoot, Cherokee, Swanee. Now comes the European. Portuguese, Spanish, Sicilian, Italian, Romanian, French, German, Dutch, English, Irish, Scottish, Russian, and Japanese. Do you get to be more of a mutt?
I'm sure we can try.
I don't know. I don't know. I've been kind of blessed. I don't know if it's been because I'm a mutt or what, but I don't have a single allergy to anything.
The dog.
I think that's just irritation from having the hair all the way up in there. Because I'm doing fine now.
Do you know how much I've cleaned this house since then?
You have any idea how many of those damn hairs I had to pull out of my damn nose?
I don't want to know.
Yeah. So shut up. You go in and have hairs going and tickling on the inside of your nose and try not to sneeze. Yeah. Until then, fuck you.
You know, maybe you're in the same situation I am, in that when I used to live with my parents and the cats, I was perfectly fine. But now that I live on my own without any pets, every time I go back and visit the cats for a few hours, I'm like, shit, what's up with my nose?
I don't know. Maybe
Something you just get used to, and yeah.
I see. I grew up literally rolling around in poison ivy and poison oak. Never got it once. And thinking back, honestly, how I grew up in the physical and traits that I have honestly gives credence to the whole theory of epigenetics, which might actually give us a chance to, in effect, control the future. I don't know if you think about it like that. But we can control, in effect, what genes are turned on and off, so we can effectively control traits that we want based on the environment we create or what chemicals we introduce into the environment. Because myself, my Korean brother, and our adoptive parents all share many of the similar traits, yet none of us have anything close to similar genetic background.
Well, I guess if you it's the whole like nature versus nurture debate right there. Some of it is what you're born with, and some of it is how your body adapts as you're growing up.
I don't know, because the old argument was always how you were raised, as in how your parents treated you. But what we're finding out is the environment itself outside of that actually has a much stronger effect on how we develop than we could ever have imagined.
Well, yeah, because everything that you ingest into your body or everything your body experiences, it'll change each time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's also why kids nowadays have no immune systems, because they never exposed to anything. So I guess that's kind of the trade-off, because they've done studies that, you know, if you're exposed to too much, then you'll ruin your immune system. But if you're exposed to nothing, you're not going to have one.
Actually, part of that is the water itself, actually. And all the meds that they're giving boys, Prozac and all this, and all this shit. Yeah. Did you know that the main ingredient in that is fluoride?
Hey, and then combine that with all the fluoride that's in the drinking water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh no! See, the Nazis actually go in and used to use fluoride at the concentration camps to go and keep the prisoners docile and dumb.
That's exactly what the leaders want. Yeah.
And they actually found the Chinese, the French, the Japanese, the Germans, the Italians. They all did studies on putting fluoride in the water supply. And what they found each time was that it lowered the average IQ of the people exposed by 30 points. That is massive. And we're willingly putting this shit in our water. We're putting it in our mouths in the form of mouthwash and toothpaste.
It really makes me glad that when I was growing up, I drank like a 6-pack of soda a day.
Dude, I wouldn't be happy about drinking that either. But
I know. I broke the habit.
All that water in there is the same water that has all the fluoride. Everything you get where it's vegetables with water, that is city water supply. That is fluoride.
Well, actually, the mountain spring water you buy at the Walmart is the same thing. So, now, didn't they do that study a few years back where they looked under a microscope? They looked at the pure bottled water, and the city water was the same shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a while, I ran mine through my own five filter RO system, and then I distilled it.
Well, that's what my parents are doing now. They run all of their water through a distiller.
Dude,
I think maybe I should get one of those too, because I chug like a good gallon a day. So.
Oh yeah. You got to start going and looking up a bunch of these ingredients. All right. I'm gonna pick on. Mountain Dew here.
Well, Oh no, see, no, now, okay, when I was a kid, I drank like a 6-pack a day, but now I don't drink any soda. Because these days, if I look at the ingredients list of everything I buy, and if there's something I don't recognize on there, I'd put it back on the shelf.
Oh no, even if it says flour, you got to remember a lot of the wheat. I'm not kidding. Last time I think it was calculated at like 94% of all produce produced in the U.S. is genetically modified, dude. Now I'm not one of those.
It's going to be even higher now. Because as all the genetically modified crops and animals start breeding with everything else, it's going to be 100%.
All the BX crops. These crops create BX insecticide, and you're eating it. That's just nasty. And now they, as a result of Jenny McCarthy and the whole vaccines and autism thing. One, vaccines do not cause autism; they cause sterility. A whole different problem altogether, especially in men. It's called squalene. The DoD had first tried it back in the 90s, and they found that it was causing a bunch of problems in the troopers. And what did they do? They put it in the H1N1 vaccine.
Well, I guess they figure it's better than dying, but yeah, you know, I personally wouldn't care about sterility now. I mean, I ain't using it anyway.
See, me, I actually plan on using it. See, I honestly like the idea of being able to pick my child. All right, because in a sense, that's kind of what my parents did to me. They effectively went shopping and picked the one they wanted.
Yeah, that's the one advantage of adoption right there, especially if you adopt old enough.
I was old enough.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, it was but no, being able to go on a genetic level. Okay, this one's gonna have like heart disease when he or she turns 30. You know what? I don't want to go and pass that down. Hey, look, this one over here already has a doubling up of the gene that inherited from the European side, from Neanderthal, that effectively dictates high IQ. And there's a doubling up on that gene. You know what? I want to focus in on that trait. Or, see me, I'm going to go for the mind, because the future isn't going to be in property and in physical goods. I can tell you that right now.
Well, especially as everything gets more and more automated.
Well,
it's all going to be about creativity.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, it's going to become a culture and a economy of the mind. It's going to end up happening. And you can see this coming. You've been able to see it coming for about 3 years now. With the democratization of the production process, meaning 3D printing, all right, any object itself can be replicated. The object itself is not going to have any value, but the idea behind it, that's going to have value. The mind behind it, the creativity behind it, that's going to have value. The science behind it. So we're going to end up moving away from a culture, I hope, of material goods, because things themselves are going to go and lose value, because everybody's going to be able to have access to everything.
Well, I think before we can reach that, we're going to have a good 10, 20 years of the crap we're seeing right now with digital rights management. Where everyone is just going to try to lock down the plans to make all of said things.
Actually, it's going to get worse.
Oh yeah, and yeah, it's going to be worse, but
oh no, it's going to be worse than you know. With the amount of debt and everything we have piled up, and as to what's hitting us now, and what's going to be hitting us, and that's slated and set and scheduled to hit us in 2017 and in 2019 and in 2020, we know what's coming. Okay, it's a disaster. And it is, the entire economy of the West is going to be obliterated, and we're already seeing it. The UN is proposing the SDO, which is a international currency. Russia is trying to go and get all the other BRIC countries to start exchanging in yuan. Uh, the days of the U.S. being able to go and print their way out of problems is coming to an end, because soon we're no longer going to have the world reserve currency, which is what everything else is measured against, which is what allows us to go and print it. Once we are not it, we can't print anymore, and then we got to start paying on the debt, which means we have gotten used to this whole 0 to 3% interest rate. Well, to go and get back to normal,
It's going to be at least 40. Yeah.
in 2010, to get back to normal, we have to take it to a 37% interest rate as of 2010. All right, we are above 4. We're sitting at like a 47% interest rate that we are looking at by around 2017. And all these people today are still looking at, they're finally getting up a down payment on these houses, right? But here's the problem. They're once again getting adjustable rate mortgages at a 0% base rate. And it's going to jump.
See, that's why I got a fixed rate on mine, because I know the trap behind the adjustable rate mortgage. It may be sitting at like 1.52% now, but in a few years, maybe like 37, like you said.
Okay, we also have, and this isn't actually counted in it, we currently hold $40 trillion in student loan debt.
Yeah, that's what the next bubble is. Well, that and the subprime car bubble anyway.
Oh, see me, I have hopes, because we just found a way to commercially go and produce solar panels at a rate of 40% efficiency. That might save our ass.
You're a lot more hopeful than I am. Because
No, I'm not.
It may make sense. Yeah, it might save our ass, but first people have to be smart enough to actually, do that shit.
No.
But all the legal bribery, I mean, lobbying is going to stop any smart stuff from happening.
Oh yeah. See, the thing is that we have to look at solar initially as a transitional fuel, because what people don't realize right now, the Saudis are actually pushing the price of oil down, effectively in order to go and shut off the money supply and any financing in Russia, in Iran. They are using this to go and effectively do what we can't do.
Hey, we're helping, man. I think the U.S. is producing more oil than ever now.
We are actually producing more than Saudi Arabia. The problem is we are not allowed to produce or build any new refineries. Thank Greenpeace for that one.
Yeah. Well, just because we're not allowed to do it doesn't mean we're not.
See, what I'm looking forward to is I want to actually get someone with some brains on the Atomic Energy Commission, all right? So we can actually invest in a lifter reactor and a transwave reactor. Do you know what these are?
It sounds familiar, but I have not really been looking into alternative energy or nuclear or fusion recently.
What if I told you we could take the 70,000 tons of nuclear waste, of spent nuclear fuel that we have right now, and turn that into pure, clean energy plus medical grade isotopes for the next 700 years?
I'd say first we'd have to kick the environmentalists in the nuts, because they seem to be under the impression that nuclear weapons and nuclear power are the same thing.
Oh yeah. See, a lifter reactor is a liquid fluoride thorium reactor. If there's ever a breach in containment, what happens is, because it is a molten salt, it instantly freezes. It literally freezes in place. It can't, and it's not radioactive. In a solid state. You actually have to heat it up to start the reaction, and you have to constantly heat it up to keep the reaction going. So it can't melt down, and it takes our radioactive waste and produces all of the nuclear isotopes that we need for nuclear medicine. the last Lifter reactor was shut down in Canada 3 years ago, and we are now officially out of our stockpile of nuclear medicine isotopes. Congratulations.
Well, you got to understand though, we have to keep the existing, all the existing lobbying. The existing energy sector is going to do everything it can to shut all this shit down, at least until it can get a top stake in the new power. But as long as the existing big boys aren't making any money out of it, they're going to use the government to keep it down.
Oh no! See, here's the beauty: the trans wave reactor. Okay, think of the outline of the bomb Fat Man. All right, no, Little Boy, the one dropped on Hiroshima. Do you even know which one that is, or what it looks like?
Yeah, I know. Hey, World War II is the one thing they actually do still teach, at least from the American perspective. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. All right, you take that, you put in non-reactive uranium-235. All right, this is stuff you can roll around on your desk and play with, and it won't bother you, right? It's the stuff that they are now making bullets out of. Okay.
Yeah, I actually knew that too.
And well, you can take this stuff, and once you pack it in beyond a certain critical mass, you can go and then contain it in a barium and lead container. The whole thing is literally about the size of a futon sofa. All right, the entire reactor, and or the entire core. And what it is that they hit it with a neutron, which starts a chain reaction, and it's a trans wave reactor, so it creates a wave through the uranium-235, effectively transmutating it to U-238, extracting the energy, and then moving on to the next atom of 235.
Actually, I kind of remember reading this. There's this one physicist in New York that actually created his own, old school nuclear reactor in his kitchen, fully functional.
A 15-year-old did it too in, was it 97? I think.
Yeah, so technically we could all be building our own power sources that way. It's just, once again, the government's in the way.
Well, do you really want to have a whole bunch of people running around with a whole bunch of fissile material?
Funny thing you bring that up. I think that's the reason, even if the pipe dream of fusion is ever realized, it's probably no one's ever going to go public with it. Because as soon as you give everyone fusion reactors, everyone will effectively have their own bomb. So right now you have to worry about some fucking emo dipshit shooting up a mall when they want to off themselves. Imagine if that emo dipshit had a nuke.
Oh no! See, what I love is a bunch of these emo kids trying to go and get into the whole drone thing and flying these things around. What they don't get is if you have a disposable camera, you can take any drone out of the air. All you gotta do is you gotta turn on the flash. You gotta go and backfeed the capacitor, and it creates an EMP. You just have to get it within about 3 feet.
Yeah, if anything, EMP is probably the greatest threat right now, especially if they detonate a nuke in the atmosphere. It's going to take out a whole huge
I'm less
chunk
worried
of the
about
country.
that, because if it does that, it's only a continent that goes out. What I'm worried about is a couple weeks ago, in a span of 4 days, we got hit by 3 X-class flares. We had radio and communications going out in South America, Southeast Asia, Russia, and like half of Africa.
Oh yeah, no, I heard all about the story from was the late 1800s, was it, when they actually took out telegraph lines?
The Keratin event.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm actually pretty interested to see where that'll go too. Because right now, as completely reliant as all of society is on that stuff, if the internet even, like not even just all of our electronics, if just the internet went away for even a day, the economy will probably just completely crash.
Actually, if the internet went away, all of our all global finances and financial structures would collapse in about 15 minutes. They actually checked it out. If the central hubs were all gone, including the one in St. Louis, that's the big one. If they went out, they're down in 15 minutes.
Yeah, and then their bank runs start.
Define bank run. Fort Knox is a bottomless pit.
Oh, that's right. I don't even think there's any gold still left in there. I mean, why else would the government be so adamant about not letting anyone inspect it?
Well, actually, no, there is gold, but it's not ours. We actually hold gold holdings for Germany, England, France.
Hey,
Japan.
What the hell do you mean it's not ours? If it ever came down to it, I'm fucking sure our government would have no problems just confiscating it.
I understand that, except legally we don't have any gold in there, but there is gold there. It's effectively the international gold bank. we just don't have anything.
Well, actually, even then, I don't think there's any there, because all the withdrawals that have been happening in the past decade. I mean, there's a reason why the government doesn't allow anyone to go in there and actually see it and inspect it. And then was it Germany or France that are cashing out all their gold right now, and we're just giving it to them piece by piece all the way through like 2020 apparently?
Yep. Germany.
Because I'm quite sure because we don't have it to give them in the first place, so we have to get it first to give it to them.
Angela Merkel had started that a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
After Germany was asked to go and bail out Italy, Greece, and then France, Angela Merkel decided that they needed to start going and pulling out their all of their hard assets from the U.S. after looking at our debt load.
Yep, and at the rate at which we're giving it to them, I'm quite sure they know exactly how much of that we actually have.
Oh. Actually, as to what we're doing is that we're playing a game of 3-card Monty at the moment. What we're doing is that we're actually shifting. All right, with all the debt that they owe us. All right, now you're gonna love this. We are shifting the gold holdings of Mexico and Brazil in order to accommodate Germany.
Yeah, it's going to be hilarious if Mexico and Brazil come up next.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's the whole goal is to bring Mexico and Canada down to zero. It's called the North American Union. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but when NATO was signed by Clinton in the early 90s, a lot of us had a problem with it. It called for like this 30-lane highway. I'm not kidding. A 30-lane highway coming all the way up from the frickin' Yucatan, going all the way up through the U.S., branching off, one going to Alaska, the other one going all the way over to frickin' Quebec. All right, this thing was to go and join all three into a single unified entity similar to the EU.
And we see how well it's going out for the EU, yeah.
Exactly, but check it out. It's called the North American Union, and then they have this thing for Agenda 21. Oh my God! You remember the whole thing with that rancher Bundy or whatever out over in Nevada?
Yep, that I was following.
Well, if you follow that, his ranch is on Agenda 21 land that they have to clear under UN treaty of all human inhabitants.
Yeah.
Check it out. You can go and pick up Agenda 21 map over on Google and compare it and bring it up to the Bundy Ranch. You can actually find some that have a resolution of like 5,000, and you can actually put it in a dead red zone. Humans are not allowed in red or yellow areas. We're only allowed to live in green areas, which is about 1% of what we're currently inhabiting.
Yeah, that's actually the funny thing about the UN, though, is I'm really glad to see the rise of parties like UKIP and all that in Europe, and I'm quite sure we're going to have some extreme right-wing party here in the US gaining power soon, because no, they know that the UN has no fucking power whatsoever. They have no authority whatsoever. We could just ignore them. We could just say, no, fuck you, we're not doing it, and they can't do shit.
See, that's the thing. I have one of those right-wing people right here.
Yep.
What?
We're talking politically, you are far to the right compared to me.
I grew up far to the left.
That's right. You grew up in a hippie commune.
Just about in what you would think the stereotypical environment, yeah.
Yeah, you know, ironically, one of my best friends was in the same boat. He was actually raised in the woods by hippies, and he kept a lot of their He's an electrical engineer now, by the way, so definitely not a hippie. But he kept a lot of their habits. He still doesn't eat meat or anything like that, but he has he has some pretty extreme right-wing views now, because once he actually came into society, it kind of cured him of all the delusions.
Yeah, that's
It does. It really does. You go, oh, well, here's all the wonderful things. And you go, wait a minute, reality check, it doesn't work. Eventually, it's all going to collapse.
Yeah, that's actually why
You just want to get rid of it at that point.
Yeah, that's why I'm really concerned, because before it'd be like once you got through the whole public indoctrination system, you could go to college and learn some real skills. But then they infiltrated college as well, and now they keep up the delusion through college. And then it used to be once you get in through college, once you got through college, they just kick you out on your ass, and you're out on your own in the real world, and you're completely useless, and you have your reality check.
Yeah.
But then the government came in. It's like, no, we're going to give jobs to everybody with worthless degrees, and they just keep the delusion. I mean, it's literally like the most hilarious way to kick the can down the road. You just keep the delusion, like stop the bubble from popping as long as humanly possible. And the longer they do that, the worse it'll be.
Well, see, I don't know. I see it going one of two ways. See, I hope this is my wish. I want everything to collapse in a great, big, just blaze of glory. Because if we do that, we can recover and rebuild on. We've already checked this out. On average of about 5 years, we're able to go and rebuild and reestablish, and we'll end up losing about 12 to 15% of the entire population. So we're talking 50 million people about. No, yeah, that's
my plan right now. Because once again, I'm resigned to the fact that it's hopeless. I mean, there's too many stupid people, and there's a lot more of them, and they can vote. So we're fucked.
Yeah.
So the only thing
I've been saying that for years.
Yeah, the only thing we can do right now is just, you realize what's coming, like see what's coming and prepare for it, so at least you yourself can get out as well off as you possibly can.
Oh yeah. See, one of the things that I've been watching a lot of this coming, and a lot of us have been saying that this is going to be a disaster. And the whole MGTOW movement, the concept, is something that a lot of us had been talking about, that I had been a part of since around '94. All right, because my friend, his parents had gotten divorced, and I had seen as to what happened to his dad, and I started going, so why does your dad have to give your mom money, and why does he have to still pay her bills? He has his own life, or why is he still having to do this? And that was the only real exposure I had to divorce growing up. No one else I knew was ever divorced. Then my cousin Jim had gotten divorced long after that. And that was because he was in the Air Force and his wife was a cheating whore, like they all are. I'm not kidding. I went to go and see a buddy of mine off. He was in the Navy. They were out almost. They were out almost a half a mile, and I am not kidding. These wildebeests There was a freaking stampede to the payphone. Keep in mind, this was like '99. There were still payphones.
Yeah, I
There
was
was
gonna
a
say, it's like, well, no, what era are we talking about? Like the era when Fred Flintstone was around? Because I haven't seen a payphone.
This
for
was
a long
15 years ago, dude.
Yeah.
Come on.
Like, dude, I was 14 at the time. All right, not like I was using payphones.
But no, there was a stampede, and I am not kidding. It was the most disgusting thing I'd ever seen. That they were all on this mad dash at a payphone to call their boyfriends to tell them to go and pick them up at the front gate. And oh, dude, no. I mean, come on. When after Bush had sent in our Air Force into Afghanistan, right? I can only speak on this because I only know the actual Air Force numbers. I can't give you the actual numbers for any other branch. But I know for the Air Force, 80% of the female personnel that was sent over to Afghanistan, inside of 4 months, 80% were sent back home pregnant.
You know, funny enough, that's exactly what Rush Limbaugh said was going to happen. But yeah, he's just a crazy right-wing nut. No one listens to him.
I don't know. I'll be honest. I can put up with Rush a lot more than I can deal with Hannity. I cannot deal with that airbag. He's too focused on the ideology and not on anything resembling fact or reality whatsoever.
Well, the awesome thing with Rush, though, is you got to realize he's actually an entertainer first.
Yep.
And that's what it's hilarious because a lot of the leftist morons can't understand that, you know, most of the stuff that he says, he's doing it specifically just to troll them. And then they pitch like the biggest fit, and he's just there laughing his ass off because he got his intended result. He is a fucking troll. That's what he is, yeah. And that's why he's so hilarious.
See, the one thing I'll say, the scariest commentator I have ever come across has been Glenn Beck. Only because I remember his predictions and why he made his predictions. They're essentially based on historical fact and historical patterns, right? He based them. He made these, and so far, effectively, every one of them has effectively come true, you could say, or manifested itself. I think that's better because they were already there. They just hadn't become public knowledge yet.
Yeah, that's why they had to shut him down.
He's he's
still doing his own thing. Yeah, he's doing his own thing with the Blaze right now, but he doesn't have nearly the viewership he did like when he was at Fox.
Yeah, you actually have to go and pay for it if you want. They tried to go and get the Blaze on Dish Network, right? And Dish had wanted to go and charge like $60 just to put it on, like, per account. Well,
cable is just a fucking joke now. I dropped it years ago when I realized I was paying $80 a month, and I was watching one show, 1 hour a week, and I was paying $80 a month. And then I just sat there that, you know what the fuck am I doing? If anything, I could just if worse comes to worse, I'll either wait for it to come out on DVD or pirate it. And 3 weeks after I cut off cable, I stopped watching altogether. So I guess I really didn't care after all. I was just watching because it was on.
Pretty much. Oh no, the only thing I refuse to pay for cable or TV. I'd rather just go and get it off the internet. If I'm going to get it, I know what I'm going to get. If I go to Fox, I know what I'm going to get. If I go to MSNBC, I know what I'm going to get. But the thing is, I don't know if you noticed in a number of the articles I post in the script, I actually go to a lot of places and media outlets outside of this country.
Like what, Al Jazeera and Russia Times?
I think I've done RT once. Al Jazeera is about as much credibility as the Bush brothers, okay?
Yeah. Well, it's good to know the propaganda the other side's listening to.
I look at everything as propaganda. You realize that not Goebbels during the trials, had actually admitted and stated that he learned the art of propaganda from us,
Woodrow
the
Wilson.
Woodrow Wilson campaign.
Yep.
I mean, he like idolized FDR for how he was able to go and gain control of a power of an existing republic. And what did he do? He did the same thing.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that polio, we'd probably be learning right now of the first emperor of the United Empire of America.
Yeah. Oh no, her other sister, right? You're gonna love it. Is completely enthralled with her hero, Eleanor Roosevelt, who married her cousin, who stayed with the cheating bastard specifically only for the ability to wield political power, meaning she's nothing more than an overpriced whore.
So she's the old school Hillary Clinton, got it?
and then went and claimed all of the laurels for all the cabinet members and the engineers that went and designed our frickin' highway system. Everyone says, "Oh no, it was Eleanor Roosevelt who did it." No, she just went and brought attention to it. And no, we have to revere her as though she went out there and built it, every inch of it herself. And I'm thinking, as crooked as a bastard he was, Woodrow Wilson's wife actually ran the country for 3 years after he had a stroke.
Actually, I don't know if the president even actually runs the country anyway. The president's just another puppet for all the bankers. They could easily just have someone else calling the shots.
Oh, see, the thing is that I see the president as the office of the presidency as an opportunity.
Well,
The
it gets you
problem
in the
is-
door. Yeah, because if you're anywhere, if you're a senator, or if you're the president or the representative, you just go there. It's kind of like going to Harvard. You don't go there to learn. You go there to make connections. And then once you've been the president, you use those connections when you're gone to live a life of luxury till you die.
Oh, it does. No, it doesn't even take that much. Go and check it out right now. I'm not joking. Obama just spent $500,000 out of the fucking treasury to get a special membership to a restaurant in Hawaii.
Yep, I heard you say that at the beginning of the podcast. Yeah. And then
Like,
was it a few days ago they had to force some Air Force officers to move their wedding to accommodate his golf game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess now that he doesn't have to worry about elections anymore, he just don't give a shit.
Well, remember, he actually had gotten caught going telling Putin after the election, I'll have more room to.
Yeah.
He essentially.
But funny enough, he didn't do that. He didn't worry about that though. I guess I kind of gotta be glad that the Western banking cartel is against Putin, because they weren't going to let Obama negotiate with him. Relationships got worse.
Well, no. See, what I like to laugh at is when everyone likes to go and say, "Oh, these bankers." Well, what they're not talking about actual bankers. What they're talking about are the people, the main stockholders behind the banks. There's a difference.
The people pulling the strings behind the financial system. Is that a better description?
Yeah.
The
see,
ones
what
who
that would
control
be-
the money.
Rothschild, actually, which is actually 15 families. Rothschild is German for Red Shield. The Red Shield was the actual name of the pub that it was a group of rich noblemen, right? And they wanted to go and form a bank so they could go and effectively go and finance the war against Napoleon. They had it was a $1 million it was 1 million franc buy-in purchase per person, basically. And with all the collected money, they were going to go and use that to go and finance the war and profit from it. That was actually how the Rothschild Bank was formed. And the Red Shield was the name of the bar. So a bunch of these different families, and they were all kept secret, all became a single family and all took on the name Rothschild. And then they went and they became the Bank of England after financing, the war against Napoleon and Wellington and all that. They effectively owned the entire stock market after, because they sent their own runner back to go and say, oh no, it's a disaster, Napoleon won. And so everyone sold off all their stock in every company in the entire country, and the Rothschild Bank just sat there and bought everything. And then they came over here a couple times. Alexander Hamilton had tried to go and set up a Rothschild Bank over here at the beginning of the founding of the country, and Aaron Burr shot him. Then it was my cousin that actually allowed the creation of a national bank. Once again, we have to go back to the fact that Lincoln fucked up. And until it became a national bank, but then the Federal Reserves came into existence in 1896, and then the IRS was created in 1916, and the birth certificates were then put into place in 1933. It's just a steady march to servitude.
Yeah, that's looking at the parallels between now and what happened in Germany when Hitler rose to power, though. I just love how these same useful idiots here in America now that are falling for this crap are the ones asking, how could the Germans allow that to happen? Didn't they see the warning signs? Like, do you see the warning signs around you right now? What warning signs? Exactly.
Well, the thing is that the Germans at the time were going off the writings of Karl Marx, and the idiots today are going off the writings of Karl Marx.
Yeah. I think the only difference, though, is that the Germans were actually pretty damn bloodthirsty after their own Great Depression, which was way worse than ours over here. And they were understandably quite bitter at World War I, and Hitler just gave them the ability and a target to lash out against.
Well, their depression was twofold. Okay, they were hit with the depression, and then the French
and then the money.
Wouldn't let up. The fucking French. Had they just been a bit somewhat reasonable about the whole thing? Because keep in mind, Germany lost more than anyone else as far as troops, and that's saying a lot since Britain lost 10 million. All right, and they didn't even start it. That was Austria-Hungary. We don't know. We can't look at them. We can't go and complain to the Tsar because wait, look, his head is already on a spit.
Yep.
So
Germany was the big rich guy left.
Yeah, and they needed a scapegoat, so they kept hammering Germany as they were just trying to scratch their way back onto their feet. And part of it was because who was it? It was some French douchebag. He went over to Germany to go and see the suffering that all the French punitive arrangements is causing, to go and wallow in their misery and drink their tears. And what did he do? He went over there and found people growing their own food in their own gardens, rebuilding their entire country, and it pissed him off. So then France went back and just, they were French.
Yeah.
World War II could have been avoided just if France had, been less French.
Yeah, and actually, luckily, that's one of the lessons we learned after World War II, because with both Germany and Japan, the U.S. actually stayed behind and rebuilt them, and now they're both really peaceful, good allies.
And some of the staunchest allies we have ever had.
Well, of course, because while we were rebuilding them, so of course we rebuilt them in our own image, and yeah, to say that they were in our pockets is a little bit of an understatement. So
yeah, but
I don't know whether that's to their advantage or not, but
I don't know. To be honest, at this point, I'm more Japanese than I am American. Okay, my sense of honor is still rooted because in Japanese culture, because I was there during that period of my life. From the age of 8 to 10, you start getting your concepts of society and social norms. And Japanese culture imprinted completely. So, and then I come back here and I see all these American students backstabbing, bad mouthing each other, like sabotaging each other, and I don't understand it. And I see an ad for military school, something that's a little closer to what I am now used to after being in Japan. So you could say that going to HOW was just a result of wanting to be somewhere where I was comfortable, but the truth is, I had more freedom at a military school than I did at home.
Yeah, I can believe that.
And I abused it.
But anyway, so right now, I mean, the only thing we're missing to go down the same path as Germany is to have our own enemy to. I think that's probably why the U.S. has been trying to create enemy after enemy over in the Middle East. Like, now we're on ISIS, but so far we haven't been able to do anything that hasn't taken more than just a military exercise to take out.
Oh no, the DOJ actually had to admit, was it like 3 weeks ago, that they have actually apprehended over 300 people of Middle Eastern origin at the southern border and let them go.
Yeah, so it's just I think they may
It's
be aware
already
of everything
done.
that's
It's
going on.
over with. See, right now I can go over to Green Street in Detroit, right? And I can get a new SOS number, a new driver's license, a new family history. All right, problem is, I've been arrested, so print.
You could change those too, actually, if you have enough money.
Or if you decided to go and hold your hands in apple cider vinegar for 2 days.
Or you could just do it the old-fashioned way and burn them off. Yeah.
I think I'd rather prefer the apple cider vinegar.
Hmm.
I'm not big on burns.
Yeah, luckily mine come pre-burnt. I got to feel when I was a kid firsthand how hot the engine of a lawnmower that's been running for like an hour or two was.
Ow.
Yeah.
See, the most painful burns I have ever seen. That would have been on my TO over at HOW, Major Timothy Cook. He worked his way up from a buck private to a major in the Marine Corps. But after 4 tours, he volunteered for 4 tours in Vietnam.
Oh, he was hit by napalm, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of figured all the worst burns that I've seen it's all been from the military. I mean, even in Iraq and Afghanistan, some guys got really fucked up.
Yeah, except the cool thing is that as a result of it being so bad, it strained what R&D labs that we still have, which we don't have many of. It pushed them to the breaking point to develop new medical tech. Have you ever heard of this stuff called ECM?
Nope.
It's extracellular matrix. You can actually use this shit, I'm not joking, to go and regrow muscle that was ripped out by a landmine. You can go and regrow body parts with it. Well, yeah, I know it sounds like a fairy tale magic, but no, it's made from a fucking pig bladder.
Yeah. Yep. See, now I remembered what that was. I mean, no, some guy grew his finger back with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, yeah, I just see a lot of this crap. I know, I just forget what it's called because unless I'm constantly studying it, I just, it just, it leaves my brain to make room for whatever video game I'm playing at the time. So, priorities, right? Yeah.
See, I don't have that problem. I have a mild form of eidetic memory. It sucks.
Maybe I'd be able to remember more if I didn't have insomnia too. Now that's something that's real fun.
Well, I don't know. I'm constantly on this.
Well, was that a
Apparently-
cigarette?
No, this would be. Give me a second.
Yeah, because you do blur your camera, so can't. Oh, or is that weed?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I was a legal grower of it. I grew the strain G13 White Widow.
Hmm.
I had it tested up in Ann Arbor, 30% THC, and was like 2% CBD.
Well, it seems to be working out for you.
Well, as I said in the other video, is either this or 750 Loracets a day, then 90 milligrams of Adderall a day to go and offset the side effects of the Loracets, and then to handle the anxiety from the Adderall, I had to take 2 milligram bars of Xanax a day. Or I can smoke 3.5 grams of this a week.
Hey, that's. I think that's why the pharmaceutical companies fought so long and hard to keep marijuana down. That's how they made their money. They sold you this medication, and then the medication for the side effects of what they just gave you, and then the medication for the side effects of that.
Oh, no,
I saw what my grandma was on.
That is actually as to how my dad died. The docs kept giving him medication after medication after medication, and like 15 of them had the side effect of either, and one of them it was both. It was either kidney cancer or leukemia. Other than that, the family I was adopted into is usually extremely long-lived. I have an Aunt Lois who is 96 right now, and I guess went on a marathon 2 years ago. So,
I'd be surprised if I made it past 50, to be honest with you. So,
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I've been checking out a lot of these patterns and trends. See, I got family in Tennessee that actually still live on farms. All right, and I can actually go in. I've actually used my family as a series of isolated studies, and I'm treating them like guinea pigs. And so, but no, I'm comparing diet, lifestyle, and all this. And on my mom's side, just to second cousin, there are 5,000 of us.
so I guess that lifestyle involved breeding like rabbits.
Yeah.
Yeah. I noticed that a lot of these rural folk tend to live a whole lot longer, but that's mostly just because they stay physically active a whole lot longer. And
Well,
that's been what I've had to do. I have to ride the exercise bike like at least 20, 30 minutes a day and go to the gym because I work at a fucking desk job. Because I used to not have the desk job, and then as soon as I got my first programming job, I gained 50 pounds.
Dude!
Yeah, because I didn't change my diet. I didn't work out anymore. I was just doing the same thing I always did, except, I wasn't moving 80-pound boxes of books around all day. So then I noticed I gained 50 pounds, and I was like, wait, because I have a method I call the Nutty Professor. I call it the Nutty Professor method of determining when you're too fat. So did you see the Eddie Murphy version of Nutty Professor?
Honestly, I tried to watch it and I got pissed off because it wasn't, because I grew up with the original The Nutty Professor with Flubber,
yeah.
and then when they came out with Flubber, oh my god, I'll be honest, I threw a shit fit.
Yeah, I can understand because I get all elitist about that shit too if I've seen the original and a remake comes out. But don't even get me started on Riverworld, by the way. The new version of that was absolute shit.
It
was so
episode
PC.
miniseries thing.
Yeah. I was looking forward to it, but that's a different topic. But in the Nutty Professor, the Eddie Murphy one, when he first becomes skinny, he looks down. He's like, "My dick! I can see my dick!" He starts celebrating. Like, that's the method I use to determine when I get too fat. So after
Damn.
gaining 50 pounds at that desk job, I was like, hey, I looked down, like, oh shit, I got a problem here. And then I lost it in like 6 months just by eating less.
See me, I never really have had to deal with that. I have, as a teenager, just to maintain the weight I was at without doing any like activity whatsoever, I had to consume like 8,000 calories. It was horrible. Because I was over at Howe on WorkAid and on academic scholarship, my parents only ended up having to pay like $5,000 for me to go there, which was cheaper than the food that they would have had to bought to feed me for that same amount of time. I'm not kidding. It came up that they ended up spending $4,000 less by sending me to a boarding school than feeding me, and that didn't include like clothing me, driving me to any like after school activities. No, that was just feeding me.
Yeah, see, I've always been pretty active. Even when I'm just sitting on my ass playing video games, I'm always fidgeting and shaking around to burn off the extra calories. But I still eat like maybe 4,000 or 5,000 a day, and that's the problem when I moved to the desk job. Is it did eventually catch up to me, but yeah. Now said, I just hit the exercise bike every day, and I go to the gym at least 5 times a week. As long as I could keep that up, I might be able to live to 50. We'll see.
Let's see. Me, I have a resting heart rate of, on average, 54 beats per minute.
Mine's
blood
like
pressure, I'm not
45.
quite- What?
Yeah, mine's like 45.
Damn, good job, man.
But my blood pressure, however, now I can't stand that when whenever I go to the doctor, because I don't know if it's actually an actual condition or what. The doctors didn't seem too concerned, but my blood pressure can vary like up to like 40 fucking points, measuring it one after another. So
It's normal.
yeah, it leaps around quite a bit.
Holy crap! Mine is usually stable at around 75 and 113.
No, you get paranoid that something's going to be wrong with your blood pressure.
No, mine has always stayed within around 3 of that on
No.
either side.
When I was pregnant, they measured up to 4 times in a doctor's room and it'd be different each time.
Holy shit! So like, what happens if you're like down on the floor and you stand up really fast? You like pass out?
At least.
No, if you were sleeping, it does. No, that's the one time in my life I passed out. Was when I woke up from going to sleep and I had to go to the bathroom real bad. I just leapt out of bed, ran to the bathroom, finished my business, and passed out on my way back to the room.
Damn! I have never done that.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Mine's never that bad.
Man. Oh no! See, actually, it was this lady here. She had noticed that the ASVAB actually gives women an extra 10 points automatically.
It's 20 points.
20?
The new ones are 20 points.
So you took it again?
Yeah, I took the online pre-test.
You know, I scored a 98 on that thing.
Mhm.
And you get 20 free points just for checking F?
Yep. And your age. The younger you are, the higher you get female.
Fuck you.
I think you should consider becoming a transsexual.
I don't think
I don't
could.
think there's an option for that on the test.
Yeah. I can't wait until they have every single possible option that you have on FetLife. You got like a list of 60 of them.
Dude, she actually introduced me to that shit.
I'm sorry.
I've had 2 or 3 profiles on there before.
Like, seriously, what the hell?
It's not something that any normal person should ever look at, but
Yeah, I figure that out.
yeah.
fairly quickly. You
Yeah, but
realize,
I kind of gravitate towards the weird and disturbing and creepy stuff.
no, see me. You can ask her. Of the two of us, on any given month, which one of us has looked at porn? It ain't me. Like, she has it stored on her phone.
I only have 3 movies.
You know, I can't say too much. I got a little bit on my phone too.
See?
That's
Really?
mostly if I sometimes go on like week-long vacations without my laptop, so you got to do something, right?
Dude.
I no longer have them bookmarked on the actual websites. I just have the videos.
Like, she downloads them.
You know, actually, I do too, because I noticed a lot of the porn sites eventually take them down,
Oh my god.
or they
yeah,
get
you
hit.
have to. I mean, they rotate through all the ones that they got up.
Yeah, they rotate
Oh,
through them,
good.
or they get hit with a takedown request or something. So if it's one I really like, I download it. So that was the
Well,
one
what's
thing I was really
amusing-
concerned.
What's amusing is you can actually flag on some of the websites. You can flag the video for being inappropriate. You're
Yeah, I
watching
know.
sex.
I think they only did that so you could flag child porn.
I think that's what it's for. You know,
Yeah.
the bestiality, the child porn, but
Yeah, knowing your mom, you have anything to say about bestiality. Her
I
mom-
know
no,
what it is at least.
Her mom did donkey shows at the Mustang Ranch.
And bragged
Oh,
about
wow.
it.
For like
Man,
20 years, bragged about it.
Well, you know what? It's actually pretty awesome. I think my family is starting to seem more and
What
more
the
normal.
hell, dude?
No, see, my family is starting to seem normal by comparison. I mean, my parents just recently joined this weird cult. My cousin committed suicide last year, you know, as another member of a cult. But
Mine was
my
murdered.
family's starting to seem normal.
Mine
I-
was,
I said I came from a hippie commune.
Yeah, it all makes. Oh yeah, so your mom was just trying to become one with nature. I got it.
Well, no, I mean, she became one with nature after she did all of this.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
no, she became one with nature with the first dildo she carved.
And now she's trying to go to Mormon church.
And tries to correct me about what is in the damn Bible. Oh, dumb twat. Oh no! Over this past summer, I purposely did a video, literally hovering 5 feet from this woman's head, just to piss her off.
Did it succeed?
Oh yeah. Oh no! She got tired of listening to a bunch of the MGTOW videos that I had up, and she went on this little hissy fit of, well, no woman's ever gonna say that. So what did I do? I put on like a 5-video playlist of Girl Writes What.
Nice. Oh man, you should actually throw in whatever playlist you got. Be sure to include the one that Typhon Blue did about the princess and the plow horse.
Dude, yeah.
That is fucking perfection. Yeah.
Oh no, I'd gotten into it because I had known about the penis museum up in Iceland for a while, and she was talking about how, oh, because I have a uterus, I don't get to choose what I want to do, and I want to go and fight. Now keep in mind, this woman is like 48, 350 pounds of jelly. We're talking like cellulite hanging to the floor, all right? And then her new husband is pushing 500 pounds. He broke a 500-pound chair. All right, I am not kidding. It was bad, and she goes like, well, I don't get to do this because I have a uterus. And I'm like, no, you don't get to do that because you would fall through the damn floor.
Yeah, you know, on the other hand, just remembering, you must realize what most draftees were used for during all the wars we've had where you had to institute the draft, right? And she could be cannon fodder just as good as any of the men. And the
Better.
bigger she is,
No,
yeah, the
better,
bigger
better.
she is, the better she can shield all her comrades.
Yep.
Yeah, because shit, no, that's what happened to most of the guys that got drafted. I mean, they were signed up as cannon fodder, so the career soldiers would not have to do it.
Except if you ever got a choice, you volunteer to go and work at the QM.
Yeah.
The quartermaster.
Yeah. No, a lot of guys. That's how they got around it, because as opposed to risking being drafted and being sent off as cannon fodder, they volunteered, and then they got somewhat of a choice with what they got into, and they weren't just thrown away as cannon fodder like most of the draftees.
Oh yeah, she actually works with Draft Dodger. Like he actually ran to Canada and is proud of it.
Is it Sylvester Stallone?
No.
Is it Bill Clinton?
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, could I have his autograph? I mean, if you know Sylvester Stallone, I'll forgive him for that. He makes entertaining movies.
It's an old hippie that actually goes around preaching, I'm a socialist, to a chick that thinks Glenn Beck is too far to the center. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure that ends well. Yeah, I have to keep my mouth shut because actually, luckily, in the workplace I work at, there aren't that many socialists, but there are two very vocal ones.
Let
So,
me guess. They seem to have duplicates of their X chromosomes.
Yes, that's that. Yeah.
Yeah, mine doesn't.
Yeah, but these guys are pretty hard to deal with sometimes, especially since, there's only like maybe 5 of us that go to the gym. It's me and both of them usually end up in there at the same time.
Oh.
I'm just, damn it!
What I've learned to do is actually I've learned to start agreeing with them. And you tell them what they want to hear. And then they continue to go on, and you go, really? Like, you just contradicted yourself from what you said earlier. It's kind of funny just to watch them contradict themselves.
Oh yeah, the one thing that I was never able to get them to respond to was, if you agree to if you want to be socialist so bad, why don't you send all your stuff down to some starving third world family? And it's like, no, that's different. Okay, no, well, how's that different? Why do you get to arbitrarily decide the scale at which you're going to do the socialism? Is it going to be just within your town? Is it going to be within the state, the country? It has to be the whole fucking world, or it's never going to work, right? So why don't you start and you give all of your stuff to someone more needy? But they only want it as long as they're taking other people's money and giving it to them. But as soon as other people's money runs out and it's time for them to give, then it's suddenly a problem.
See, the thing is I honestly see the human race, if we can somehow not destroy ourselves in the course of the next 150 years. And yes, become.
Okay, everything you just said I didn't catch, because it looks like either your side froze up or mine did.
It's probably mine. I have like 8 windows open with like 50 tabs.
I got one with 4 tabs, but this laptop is over 5 years old.
I'm using Linux Mint.
Well, that means you should have no bloat. I'm using Windows 7.
Ouch.
Yeah.
It's as old as mine.
Oh, dear God.
Probably only DDR2 too. It's probably not working with more than 8 gigs.
So...
Hey, this laptop's actually, it has some pretty good specs. It's just old. And this is the one, I think I mentioned, I did a video recently that this is the one whose hard drive just died like last month.
Dude, mine just blew up.
Yeah. No, luckily mine didn't blow, my oven blew up, but my hard drive luckily just stopped working.
She lit an oven on fire.
Oh, I actually did both of those things with my oven. I lit it on fire first, because I did the self-cleaning function, but I forgot to actually clean up all the built-up grease I could first. So I'm sitting here playing my PlayStation, right? And then I hear this popping sound from behind me, and I look like, There's this flames jetting out of my oven. Like, I don't think that's supposed to be happening.
Yeah, that was about what it looked like.
Yeah.
She had taken a frozen pizza, right?
And forgot.
Into a gas oven. Left the cardboard underneath.
Yeah.
In a turkey grease-filled oven.
Oh, nice. Oh, man.
It never worked again.
Yeah. No, see, look, my oven was able to recover from that. I was kind of pissed. No, luckily my house has no sprinkler system because it would have fried all my electronics. I just had to turn the alarm off, by ripping it out of the ceiling and taking the battery out. So I did that. But then like 2 months later, I'm preheating my oven because I'm about to heat up some pizza, and I'm upstairs and I hear what sounds like a gunshot. And then I'm like, oh fuck! Is this a home invasion? So I walk to my room, get my own gun, and I'm listening, just waiting, and don't hear anything. So I cautiously walk down the stairs, look around. Okay, no one broke in. What the fuck was that? And I couldn't figure it out. And then like 30 minutes later, I go, oh shit! I forgot about the preheating oven. It should be done by now. And I look, it's not working anymore. Like, oh, I think I know what it was. And yeah, it had a little internal explosion.
Explosions. I think one of the funniest explosions I ever saw was created by my younger brother and my cousin Jesse, who was murdered last year.
Now the explosion doesn't have anything to do with the murder, does it?
No. The explosion was like 10 years ago.
Okay.
They booby trapped a policeman's picnic. with a whole bunch of ash cans and M80s and they like set up tripwires around this entire park, which surrounds the actual precincts, and they booby trapped the area, so it's like little landmines of firecrackers. Man, they were dumb. They sat there and watched it and laughed. The cops ended up going and chasing them all the way up to my mom's front door. They ended up going and following all of the muddy footprints right out of the woods, across the street, and right up to the door.
Oh, nice. Well, that's how kids are.
And now they would be in jail for 30 years.
Yeah. If no, they probably would have been shot on the spot, actually. But well, never mind. Your cousins, they're like, what, Asian and black and white, right? Yeah, if they're not black, you may be safe. But if they were black, they probably would have been shot on sight.
Oh, no, we actually had gotten kicked out of Canada because Nathan was Korean.
That was much up in Canada, huh?
Oh, no, see, what it was is that the Canadians, right, they only expect white, black, and Hispanic to cross the border into Windsor, all right, out of Detroit.
Really?
If they see an Asian, you may as well have showed them a purple alien.
What the hell is this? It does not compute.
No, every time he goes over there, every inch of the vehicle is searched and sniffed. And oh dear God, oh no, they found a radar detector in the trunk that hasn't worked in 5 years. So, so they ended up trying to go and do the rubber glove search. Like, are you trying to bring anything in? Are you trying to avoid the cops? And oh my God, dude. Never go to Canada out of Detroit with an Asian. Never do it. You will be public enemy number one.
Hey, I would never go through anywhere near Detroit, period. But that's just me. But yeah, talking about fireworks earlier, I'm actually kind of surprised I still have all my fingers. Because when I was living in Germany as a kid, they had a lot. Their fireworks laws were a lot more lax, at least at the time I was there. And we had they gave us this is I guess the difference between parenting in the past and nowadays. Like around New Year's, when all the Germans were celebrating and everyone's loading up on the fireworks, my parents gave me this giant fucking backpack full of fireworks and here, occupy yourself all day. And I did, and including the ones, they had these giant ones that were literally the size of a stick of dynamite. And I thought it was funny to light them up and wait, holding them in my hand, waiting until the fuse was all the way to the bottom, so I could throw them in the air and make them explode in the air.
Yep. But in Japan, we actually came back stateside early. We were actually supposed to be there for 2 more years. All right, but no school in the entire area around the city would accept me as a student. I had a reputation, apparently. Yeah.
Well, they're a very community-based society. If you offend one member, everyone knows about it.
Well, technically, I got blamed for my brother burning down an apartment building.
That's no big deal, dude. Over here, it's just a slap on the wrist, man.
I got blamed for it. Eventually, it came out. I had nothing to do with it. But what happened was that I was in the back of the apartment, and these buildings are close together in the city, all right? But what most people don't understand is that the vast majority of Japan is completely fucking empty of all human activity. Only 10% of the entire country is populated.
Well, not much of it is very habitable to begin with, though.
Well, except it is on a small scale. It is, except it can't. The areas that are more inland, they can't support a population really any larger than about 5,000.
So how did you burn that thing down then?
I was lighting fireworks on the back stairwell, the emergency stairs of the apartment building, and just playing around, because over there you can pick them up free, where I was, all year round. I was literally half a block from like Hondori, where it is a covered street just full of shops, and as a kid I can walk in there and buy a BB gun, and no one blinks an eye. Hell, I walked in and bought shuriken that were pre-sharpened. No one gave a damn.
Hey, that's just like Germany, too. Except even with alcohol. If you go into a bar and you're old enough to see over the counter, they'll give you alcohol.
Oh, no, see, I went to Dublin when I was 15 with a bunch of other kids from Howe. Instead of going on a spring break to Mexico, we decided to go and travel Europe.
So you went to Ireland instead, huh?
We went to Ireland, we went to Moscow, we went to Kiev, we went to St. Petersburg, we went to Munich. Obviously not for Oktoberfest. I wish we had. But went to Athens. I mean, we literally did all the dumb touristy bullshit. And then one of them realized, he was a roommate of mine for 2 years over at Howe, had realized, hey, wait a minute, he has been here before. And then we ended up going down to the back alley bars at 15 years old.
Hey, if you know where they all are.
Oh, we loved it. We ended up staying at the Holiday Inn over in Dublin, and there was a beer machine on every floor. We emptied it. See, I had this like rich high roller lifestyle, but I didn't pay a dime for it. See, when the school actually went and sponsored the trip to try and keep kids from going to Mexico and getting all doped up or pregnant or anything else, so the school actually sponsored all of this. So I didn't have to pay for it. My parents didn't have to pay for it. the school itself did. And the experiences I had on that one, imagine 150 cadets running up and down the Great Wall of China. All right? It was surreal.
Yeah, sounds like a fun time. I never got to go on any awesome school trips, but yeah, my dad was in the army, so I got to go to, was it to Germany, Poland, Austria, Egypt for a little while.
Egypt, sweet.
Well, yeah, it was until all the chaos that's kicked up recently and hasn't gone away yet. But I don't know if I'd want to go back now. Although oddly enough, no, one of my coworkers is from Egypt, and he works remotely from Egypt still. So every week I'm pretty much. I wonder if he's still okay.
Yeah, that would be a concern. See, I remember Egypt in the '90s. All right.
That's when we went. Yeah.
See, and one of the guys I was with, he learned only 2 words. He learned the word for water.
Which you shouldn't drink there anyway. I learned that the hard way, by the way. I mean, diarrhea for a week straight. I mean, that's awesome.
Thick with beer, dude.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they still sell small beer in Egypt.
Hmm.
But anyways, he learned the word for dick. All right, just because he wanted to learn just one vulgar word. So, well, we were out, and he just had to piss because he'd just been slamming everything he could find. And he realized, but he realized he never learned the word for toilet. So he ended up running into a restaurant, screaming, "Dick water! Dick water! Dick water!" trying hoping for someone to understand that he means he has to pee.
Yeah. So did the story end with him actually finding a toilet, or is it a more hilarious ending?
Yes. So it was the actual host at the front had figured it out. Stupid American kid. Not actually understanding that at one time they were a British colony. But yeah, it was. He got so many fucked up looks. It was, but no, there was honestly a surprisingly large number of people that understood English.
Well, it's like that almost everywhere, actually. I mean, I learned that's what I learned when living in Germany. They don't really know perfect English because just like in Japan, as I'm sure you noticed, they teach English so you could pass the test, but that doesn't mean you know shit when using it.
However, at the same time, if you get a Japanese teenager a chance to talk to an American, they'll take it a second to practice.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I learned all over Europe, actually, is most Europeans actually speak English. It's just they don't want to. So don't let them pretend like they don't. So they expect you to try to speak their language, which I guess isn't necessarily wrong, but...
Well, no, see, the thing is that I learned is that as long as you know German passingly well, if they don't speak English, they understand German, especially in like a business center.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't think I'll have to deal with any language barriers in the near future. I don't plan on flying anywhere, that's for sure. Although the way the U.S. is going, I may need to learn Spanish.
Yeah, I was honestly thinking of Chile.
Well, moving there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit! You know there's this other YouTuber. I think it's called DaVinci51. Is it, or I forgot what the number was, but he's this guy. He was, I think, from Canada, and his wife divorced him, stole the kids. You know the whole 9 yards. You know the story. Except luckily for him, he got into bitcoins before they were big, so he pretty much made millions on Bitcoin. And he kept his money in Bitcoin, so the Canadian government couldn't steal it from him, and he ran away to Chile.
Yep.
And
See,
sold
right
all
now-
of his sold his bitcoins, and is pretty much living the life in Chile right now.
See me right now. I'm looking at Noble Coin. I'd gotten in on that one really early, and I mined it as much as I could. But I'm going to be exchanging them for approximately 1 million Noble XT, which is their colored version that is actually registered now in Australia. They are now a registered company. It is a real entity. They have their business license and number. They have their international exchange license. So I mean, they're actually doing it right, and the Noble XT is already put at almost $1 a pop now.
Yeah, I'm actually really kicking myself right now over and because I was made aware of what bitcoins were when they were less than $2 each, and I was just it's just a fucking
Yeah.
fad. It's gonna blow over.
5 cents was when I first heard of it, and I thought that the next one was going to work. I didn't think Bitcoin was. I thought it was about 3 to 5 years too soon. I thought it was going to die out, but I had a chance to buy in at 5 cents.
Yeah, I even at $2, I could have been a millionaire right now. I missed it, so no point in crying about it now.
I was looking at it at investing 30 grand.
Well, see, I wasn't even going to do that much. I was only thinking about $200 or $300, and that would have, because to me, it's just at the time anyway, I had that much to spare. And I thought, yeah, what do I lose if it goes south, right? Then I thought, I know that I'd rather spend it on other stuff. Now, no, hindsight is a bitch, of course. I'm like, what? You know what I should have done? Yeah.
See, the Noble Coin thing is actually working as in partnership with Ethereum, the new whole like virtual currency network thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. They already have a marketplace. They got a bunch of stuff up already, and I'm seeing this almost as it's the coding of the freaking weak race, and I don't see that slowing down really anytime soon. Everyone's trying to go X11, X13, X15, and whatever else they can come up with. And
Yeah, that's actually the thing I was concerned with after Bitcoin. Is after Bitcoin blew up, you got like a billion fucking copycats came out now. Yeah, you know what? I don't really have too high hopes for any of them, really. But next year or two, I'm probably gonna be sitting there again. It's like, I heard about this Noble Coin thing when it was $1, and I didn't buy into it.
Actually, you could actually have gotten in on it like a couple weeks ago at 1,000th of a dollar.
Yeah.
Like seriously.
Wow. Yeah, you see right there. And if I'd known about it, maybe.
Like right
But
now,
I need to start researching this crap more.
Well, see, what you got is you also have right to see Noble's going into Noble Next, which is part with the Ethereum and all that. The whole thing, everything, like how like some of the script coins. See, I think SHA and Script are probably going to be the ones to last because those are the two that have the most invested into them as far as hardware. So many people have spent so much money on the hardware, they're not going to shut it off. They are fully invested in that at this point in time. So
Well, just because they won't shut it off, that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to grow, though.
true, it's not going to grow. So that means you're probably talking. You're almost talking like market share, market caps. It's just, I got a feeling that's how it's going to end up. So I've been looking at whichever ones have been the most professional, the ones that go and actually work with the regulatory commissions, the ones that actually work on gaining business licenses.
So the exact opposite of what most people are doing that are trying to get into it. Yeah.
It's a currency. You're supposed to be able to go and use it. The problem is that in order to be able to use it, there are certain things have to be met in order to be listed as a legal business. Because it is, some places call it a property, some places call it a currency. It gets wonky because you cannot tax a currency, but you can tax property. But is it property because you can't hold it? So they're having some issues. They're like shorting out a bit. Then you get a company coming in that is keeping the individual anonymous base to an extent, while going and providing all of the services with like a credit card with the versatility of it, or using it like Bitcoin with the versatility of a credit card. That's what they're trying to do and building right now.
Yeah, that's actually something that they need before I would consider investing in it, because I remember what happened with all the Bitcoin exchanges recently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's why they're actually doing it. That's why they're actually going through and putting in all that work, so that they don't have that type of collapse. They're getting it to a hard market cap. They're trying to get it down to a direct dollar to coin ratio. There has been some talk of basing it on the international gold standard, and what they're gonna and how they want to go and measure it against that in euros, pounds, or dollars. They're actually trying to organize all this so there isn't the chance of the whole Mount Gox thing happening. And I see the people over at Litecoin and not any all the other the surviving script coins, all like 15 of them, whatever. Honestly, I see them slowly becoming interchangeable, effectively becoming the same thing. They're all moving towards the same Ethereum-based wallet system and colored coin system for like different services or different goods. You have a different color. It's to help with the regulatory process, I guess, because if you have this, you can spend it over here. They're not going to track on where you're spending it because they can't. They just know that this is going to be spent in this part of the economy. Yeah, it's big brothery, but no more so than the credit card system we have now.
Well, I myself wasn't really going to be spending them anyway. I consider them I don't even consider them a currency or a property. I consider it a stock. So, get in while it's low, then sell when it goes up, and use the money I get to buy actual physical assets. And that's all I was going to do.
Oh yeah, that was actually the way I was thinking for to set up like a MGTOW underground railroad type thing. You could actually fund it and run and go and fund the entire thing through a virtual currency system. So you could effectively start over and make it from one end of the country to the other that have a chance to have a first start.
So you mean underground railroad to smuggle guys that are trapped paying alimony or something to
Kinda, yeah.
safety? Yeah. Okay.
Well, no. All right. Think of it like this. If you have about 200 acres or something like that, right, out in the middle of nowhere, like nestled in between a couple of ridges, right, you have the ability to go and establish a small private town. You could actually go and fund this and funnel any funds through virtual currency. You could then go and use that to go and purchase hard gold assets and have them mailed to you without having to pay any duty on it. So you can then go and have untaxed assets that the government can't touch, while it is being regulated by exploiting the holes in the regulation.
Yeah.
But no, you could actually fund it that way because I know a lot of businesses, if you go to pay them in gold, they will accept. They will accept.
Well,
Yeah,
worst comes to worst, you could go sell your gold and for cash, and then use cash to buy whatever you need.
Oh, and if you want to go and sell it anonymously, eBay. Well, no, because you can actually go and look on eBay. People are sell like little gold bars. They go and sell gold dust. They sell gold nuggets. They sell gold ore.
Well, but then the people buying that stuff ain't usually the brightest, because you know the risk when you buy anonymously. Yeah. Unless you meet up with them and test it in person right there on the spot. You're...
Well, see, that's the thing. Like over here, if you were to go over to Dearborn, right, you could actually go and unload about $30 million in little gold bars, and no one would actually notice. There are that many like jewelry stores and pawn shops. No one would notice.
Right. There's a lot more than that.
Yeah. We found this site called Bid for Assets a few years back. Yeah, we've known each other well over a decade now. But yeah, you go to Bid for Assets. They were selling these like 2,300 carat emeralds. They were appraised at like $75,000. You just get that, you get it insured, you drop it in a house in Detroit. Oh, what happens in Detroit? It gets stolen. Oh wait, there's $75,000 tax free from the insurance company.
Nice.
And you could at the time you were able to go and buy them for like $50. It was a government auction site.
Oh man. Well, I've actually known quite a few tricks, getting insurance to get you money, but some of them more legal than others. But these days, the insurance companies are really getting hard-assed about some of that.
Yeah, but the thing is that I'm not breaking any laws.
Yeah.
I'm just exploiting the known environment.
Yeah, and you could get a house in Detroit for $1 too. Just throw the emerald in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Actually, you can buy the houses on Bid for Assets for $1.
Yeah.
The same site you buy the emerald on.
So you buy the house and the emerald at the same time and have the emerald shipped to the house.
Yeah.
and insure the package for $75,000.
Oh no! See, the thing is that you buy the house and then you get then you go and pick up the homeowner's insurance, right? It's Detroit. There's a break-in. You have the security system. You have the break-in on camera because you put cameras up throughout the house. You just know what is going to happen, so you set it up, and then they just have to pay.
Well, first I got to ask though, how bad is homeowners insurance in Detroit though? Yeah.
No, it's not 12. No, it's like 1,200 for homeowners.
Which? Lincoln Park?
Wait, Lincoln Park went up that high?
Lincoln Park.
Is it really is Lincoln Park?
Through Allstate.
Oh.
Which is actually the cheapest one. Is at $800.
Oh, what? Wow, Lincoln Park, huh? Yeah, I've been put in such a position by my ex-wife, I don't really get out much. But, yeah, with homeowners insurance, you gotta go. Really, are you sure that's a month? That sounds really high.
Well, yeah, because they're expecting a break-in every fucking week. That's what I think. It's probably going to be pretty damn high.
It might be a 6-month policy.
Yeah.
He claimed it was a 1 month.
Okay,
that
so
might
we
be a 6-month paid in full, which still puts him at like $1,600 a year.
okay. So we go and change the plan a little bit. We go and we take it over to Grosse Pointe. We get some of the little hood rat wannabe prep douchebags to break in. It works the same way. We still catch little bastards. We still get paid.
But it might not be politically correct.
Fuck them.
They're probably black. Which means you can't sue them because you look
I'm
white.
not looking to sue them. I'm looking to collect from the crooked ass insurance company.
Yes, but in order to do that, you have to go through police records. Police one never show up.
It's called video surveillance. It's $50 on eBay. I mean, seriously, the amount of surveillance and equipment you can pick up on eBay for $150 is better than as to what a bank could have purchased for $1 million in like '85. It is retarded as to how cheap some of this tech has actually come.
Oh, I know. I got 3 cameras in my house right now at like $50 each.
Oh my god! And that's the thing, though. You remember how I said earlier about having to deal with CPS, right? And I'm getting this little spy cam right here. It'll record audio from like 50 feet away. That thing was wicked.
Yeah, I actually got an MP3 player that also doubles as a voice recorder, and that thing inside of my pocket can pick up the sounds throughout the whole room.
Oh, dude, and you have to record everything now. If you have to have an insurance policy against everything. You have to know what you say, when you say it. Oh my god! And when dealing with anything as far as the state goes.
No, even if you have evidence, they'll still ignore it most of the time. If you're a guy, anyway.
They tried. They really, really tried.
Yeah, because they don't want their cash cow breaking free.
No, except the problem is, at that time, I had the best lawyer money could buy. Well, best 3 lawyers money could buy.
I would hate to see what happened to you if you didn't have those 3 lawyers.
Oh, dude, it would no. No. We were looking at like 8 years of litigation, because we were looking at because Rapatsky and I were looking over at Neil and Beth, trying to go and figure out because we couldn't get this thing resolved in like 3 months, it was going to take 8 years. We had actually sat there and figured out how long it was going to take to get through this case. If it wasn't resolved in 3 months, it would take 8 years. So,
and of course, you'd get all the bill. Right? Yeah, you'd get the whole bill, of course, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, I was looking at like $570,000. Like seriously. Like, how much more can you jackwad take?
Well, I think the whole point of the divorce system is to get you, indebted to them for life.
But no, I mean, dude, by the time I was 23, I had been orphaned completely twice. All right? No grandparents. Like, one sick aunt and one psycho that no one wants to deal with. The only time she's good to have around is when you have a common enemy. All right?
I had a coworker like that at my previous job. He was a completely insufferable asshole, but the only time he was useful is when I sicked him on some other people that were giving me shit.
Yeah, I have a couple of those in my family. But no, see, with the whole CPS thing, my aunt had tried to go and say, oh, okay, I can help out over here. And they had actually, in a sense, tried saying, well, you're not blood, you're not family. And she, they're all born on the family farm in Tennessee. You can kind of imagine how that was taken.
So they brought the whole family along?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was, but it was bad. It was bad. They ended up having to go and finally go in. And the kid ended up admitting nothing happened. He went and made the story up because the CPS worker that ended up going and visiting this kid at school, right, without telling his mother, his father, or anything, right, which they can't do legally. Or
But their job isn't to protect the children. Their job is to get as much money from men as possible.
Actually, no, with CPS, you're gonna love it. For every child that a worker rips out of a house, depending on the state that they're in, they get between a $3,000 and $5,000 bonus per child.
There's no way that could possibly be abused.
Oh no, it gets better.
Yeah.
The agency, if a child is enrolled in their services, just enrolled, it doesn't mean that the parents did anything. It just means that the mom ended up going to Department of Health or something. Hey, we need some help, or Department of Human Services, and then they went and they set up like a counseling thing, which is nothing more than sending a spy into your house. They'll go and do all this and try and convince you that it's for your own good. And the agency, just by having you enrolled, gets well, here in Michigan, they get the office anyways, gets $150,000 a year per child. Over in San Fran, for instance, it's $225,000 per child per year that is enrolled in their services. And then if they adopt the kid out, the CPS worker that took him out of the house in the first place gets a $16,000 bonus. That was signed into law in 1997 by Clinton.
Yeah, see, you should make a video all just on that topic. Just out, because I've always known CPS was a bunch of dirty motherfuckers, but I didn't know it was that bad.
Oh no, you can actually check it on YouTube. You go and check out CPS over in Kansas. They actually caught the judge. Going and talking to like the prosecutor about how much money they're going to go and rip off of this guy.
And of course, there was never any sort of punishment for that, huh?
Oh no.
Yeah, no. Who was it? No, there was a video recent. I think it was even yesterday about some CPS worker that was busted lying to get some, probably to get the bonus. And she not only didn't get fired, she got a fucking promotion.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah.
Oh no, see, we as a result of that whole thing of you electrocuted a child who lied because he wanted to go and live at his father's place up in Flint. Okay, what does that do with me? Well, if he's having a problem, obviously mommy's not doing her job. So this little bastard actually thought this out on how he could escape his mom's house to go and live with his dad. And now I'm on a freaking registry because I'm an easy freaking target. I guess why, I'm inside of your general sphere of 50 yards. What? So no, yeah, that bled me dry. I had just picked up a house over in Three Rivers, the other side of the state, like 3 days earlier. But no, I had to go and let that house go and get taken by the city because I couldn't go and take up occupancy. And it had already been condemned because it wasn't occupied. It had already been structurally sound. It had been inspected. Everything checked out. It just needed someone in there, and that was it. And no, I couldn't move to the other side of the state. That would be seen as fleeing. So yeah, and then every last dime I had, the 30 grand I had, just went into fighting that.
Yeah, it's a lesson for men everywhere. They're fucking really. I'm so glad I dodged that bullet, I swear.
Dude, I am not kidding. I have literally been fucked over by every single liberal social program that has ever existed.
Oh, but it's implemented for your own good after all. How could that be?
I don't know.
Yeah.
How do you like the idea of being stuck in a foster home where, hey, guess what? It's breakfast time. Cereal with bananas. Oh, wait, it's snack time. Here's some sliced bananas. Oh, wait, lunchtime. Peanut butter and bananas. Oh, look, it's snack time again. Here, have another freaking banana. Only now, like 30 years later, am I actually able to consume one banana a month without puking.
Nice.
So, oh.
Yeah, I eat one a day, so.
Oh no, see,
yeah.
I went from that. That was before the government had gotten fully involved in the whole process. It was bad enough to begin with. All right, I focus in on that because that was literally the worst one that I was in. One of them I was only in for about 2 hours because it burnt down like right after I got there. Oh yeah,
I think I'm starting to sense a pattern here.
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. The stove caught on fire. But seriously, everywhere I've gone through it, even early childhood, I never was able to get attached to any one place. I always moved them. I'll be honest. I think that has something to do with how I view the fact that I really just don't give a damn what the fuck you think. I don't see the need to have that close circle of nagging friends like all these little harpies seem to enjoy, even though it causes them nothing but problems, and they enjoy it.
Well, that's how it's like a negative feedback loop, and they themselves become miserable. So then they have their whole circle of friends to make miserable, and then they could all be miserable together. Yeah, no, I'm kind of like you in that regard because my dad was in the army and we moved every 2 years on average. Although that's not even counting that. Okay, my record is I moved 3 times within 2 weeks.
Damn.
That was way after my dad left. Okay, it was right after I bought the house I'm in right now. You know how we had that massive fire here in Colorado a while ago?
Yeah.
My house was in the evacuation zone. So I had just bought the house. I had just moved all my shit into the house, and then the fire, and I have to evacuate. So I thought, it's like, you know what? On the plus side, all my shit's still in boxes, so I could get all my shit out of the house. So I moved all my shit, and one of my friends had a huge basement that was pretty empty, so he let me just move all my crap into his place. So I spent 2 days moving my crap into his place. And then 2 days later, they lifted the evacuation, moving all my crap back into my house. But yeah, I mean, with my dad in the army, we had to move every 2 years on average, so I never really got to make any close friends anyway. And the oldest friend I have now is actually from 8th grade, and that's just complete luck. Because we were in Germany, and we happened to be transferred to the same place like twice in a row. So we had to spend like 4 years together in Germany, and then he moved back to the U.S. and like 3 years later I moved back to the U.S. and we happened to end up at the same fucking school. So I'm just walking down the hall one day and we see each other like, dude, what is that you? Like, fuck yeah, why are you here? And we still live in the same town, so that's just luck that I'm still hanging out with him.
Dude, that is cool as hell. See, a lot of the guys I grew up with over in Riverview, it was sporadic and it was only for a short time. But then anytime I'd come home from Howard, I'd be like, "Hey, he's back!" And yeah, it's party, let's get drunk. And yeah, all the stuff we did, you guys like attempted to mimic, and then you took it to a level no one had ever intended. And then, but we ended up going in another direction, and we took it to our own extreme. I'll be honest, we did. The worst night I ever had was I was sucked into this whole. We all got to try to be alpha, everything, and well, I was at a military school. What do you expect, right? So, I ended up downing a gallon of Mohawk vodka. I chased it with a fifth of Aftershock. Now, I don't know if you've ever had Aftershock, but it is a syrupy cinnamon liquor that is fairly strong, and it has these sugar crystals in there that'll get you royally screwed. And then my other friend decided that, you know what, you deserve a glass of wine. All I remember after that is walking out into an empty field, sitting on a log, and staring at a blade of grass for like the next 10 hours until the sun came up.
Did you get to see it grow?
I thought it was dancing, dude. It was, oh my god. I have never drank that much again.
Yeah, no, the most I've ever done at once is I was actually testing what my limit was. So I downed 3 mugs of rum.
Oh.
And, yeah, no, straight up, not mixed with anything. And, no, the first 2 mugs, it was fine, just a little bit of a buzz. I was like, yeah, I may as well just chug this third one down, see what happens. But I chugged the third mug, pretty quickly, and just, continue playing the game I was playing, and then I kind of felt it coming on, and then I kind of remembered I actually did my laundry after I was done with the game, and then I just kind of, what, I'm just gonna go lay down in the bathtub and sleep this off, because then I laid down. Then I remembered I slept for like 5 minutes, then woke up like, oh fuck! Luckily the toilet's right next to the tub. Just leaned over, puked my guts out, then lay back down, go back to sleep. Wake up 10 minutes later, puke my guts out again, lay back, go to sleep. Then, okay, I think the laundry's done. Because my dryer alarm is actually louder than the fucking fire alarm. So I was aware. Then I go and fold my laundry, then I lay down in bed, right? Then I wake up the next afternoon. And then I'm trying, that's all I remembered doing. I was like, wait, what the... Oh fuck, I checked on my laundry and it was perfectly done. Like, okay, that's good. Checks the bathroom, there's no mess. Like, wow, I did good. Then I turned my game on. It's like, oh fuck, I hope I didn't fuck that up. Like, not only did I get like 2 hours further than I thought I did in the game, but I apparently had time to farm up all sorts of money too. Like, shit, I should get drunk more often. I was way more productive than when I'm sober.
Oh no! See me. When I was younger, I've never really had what is called an addictive personality. Right? I honestly, I'll be honest. I kind of think that most of that is bullshit. I have seen a couple people where I think it was true, but I don't know. Because I had been smoking for 15 years. I picked up an e-cigarette for like 2 months, and I haven't had anything since. It really wasn't. It was more of just like a mental habit. But what I ended up noticing was everyone trying to go and say, well, I can't do this because of this addiction, that addiction, whatever else. And I started to seeing relationships as an addiction, which actually led me down to a couple theories, which some recent studies are showing. I wasn't right or anything like that, but I was definitely leaning towards the right direction. I was going in the correct general region.
Well, that's kind of true. I mean, we're biologically programmed to have all those chemicals firing off in your brain when you're sexually attracted to someone. And then, of course, after, was it like 3 months, all of them fade away?
Not always. Actually, no. What it is that women actually produce oxytocin in large amounts during time of climax. when they orgasm, they release a huge a flood of oxytocin, right? When they give birth, they release oxytocin for two reasons. Oxytocin acts as a hormonal painkiller, and it also helps create that bond between mother and child. Now, what I have also noticed is that if the father is in the birthing room at the same time, he actually releases more oxytocin than the mother. And if that child is in theory, is removed from the mother to imprint on the father, almost solely over like the first 72 hours, that special mother-child bond is now replicated solely with the father. That proves it's nothing more than a chemical reaction. And we can start to use this knowledge to try and, in a way, control our environment. By controlling our environment, we can, in a sense, control our own evolution.
Yeah, I think that's going to be done through genetic engineering and technology here in the future.
Sooner than some think.
Yeah, because I mean, if you think about it, regular biological evolution, like from the survival of the fittest perspective, has been done for a while when it comes to humans. I mean, just look at who's reproducing the most. It's not those who are the most fit by any means.
No. Except what I think we can do is that if we look, all right, 150 of the dog breeds that exist today did not exist 100 years ago. We are effectively masters at selective breeding. We've done it with livestock. We've done it with our crops. We do it all the time. But it's apparently wrong to do it with voluntary people. That's my issue. Yeah. If it's forced onto someone, yeah, I got a problem with that. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that one. Yeah. No, I have a real issue with that. But if you have a group of people that want to volunteer to go and remove themselves from the general population for the interest of possibly, if nothing else, of their own offspring, to advance them as quickly as possible in a directed manner, why stop people from doing it? Well, because then you get the problem that the general population will they know that after a few generations they'll become inferior, and you know how people get when they get their inferiority complex going. It's already happened. It's already happened. Check it out. I wish I was joking. It has already happened. And sadly enough, I'm one of them, but I don't know which category I fall in. There's 3 categories that you can fall in. Those of us that were as itty bitty like kids, or in our daddy's ball sack, or in utero. It's a wide range. For people that were born between like 76 and 82, they have the highest concentration of genetic mutation of anybody up until, well, what I'm expecting is going to be the 2008 to 2005 or 15 age group. I think they're going to actually surpass us in the number of genetic mutations. Reason being is that during both times, the sun kicks out a huge amount of radiation solar flares, more so than normal. This last time, we didn't have the number of solar flares that we were expecting, but the ones that happened were much more powerful than anything we had been expecting. And when we look at a lot of how humans evolve, we almost see this pattern that follows these solar cycles. Like every 3 generations, a couple more genes get passed in and actually stay in the genetic code. And it almost seems to follow the highs and lows of the solar cycle, which would say that human mutation and evolution is in a sense dictated by the sun. Well, just like the entire rest of our existence. The entire solar system. Yeah. Yeah, everything else that we are and know, it's all around the sun. Except for all of us that were born during these stages, right, or conceived during these stages, it's either a good thing or a bad thing. See, I kind of got a good thing in a way because I don't have any of the I don't have any of those allergies. I have a very efficient liver because obviously otherwise I'd be dead, and I didn't realize that until about a week later. All right, after drinking all that shit, But so okay, those are great, but we also, as a result, have a higher rate of cancer. Oh yeah, that's something you want to. That's something everybody wants. A higher chance of cancer just because you were conceived or born during a time of a solar peak. Yay!
But that just means a higher chance. I mean, just look at smoking, for instance. It doesn't give you cancer. It just increases your chances of getting it. And there's people who have never smoked get lung cancer at 15. Then you got Jack Nicholson, who's been smoking like a chimney for longer than we've been alive.
Well, actually, there's a reason for that, though, and I know the reason. There's actually been a number of studies done as far as the French paradox, how they had lived so horribly, but they lived so long, right? What it turns out is that if you smoke like 3 to 4 packs a day, right, it puts your body into such a state of distress that it can barely support itself. And it can then not actually support the cancerous cells. There just isn't enough there for the cancerous cells to survive.
Well, that may explain my uncle, because, you know, my uncle and one of my remaining cousins, they're both chain smokers. Like, and I'm not kidding. From the moment they wake up to the moment they're going to sleep, they always have a cigarette. And even while they're eating, like they take breaks in between chewing to puff on their cigarettes.
Dang.
Yeah, like seriously, I'm not kidding. They're always with a cigarette, and they're both still fine. And my uncle though, my uncle
drives other people nuts, don't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, my aunt pretty much relegates them to their own room in the house that has this permanent mist to it, even though the door's always open to the outside. But that's the same uncle, though, that he just a few years ago he did cut his thumb off. He was working at his I think it was with a table saw. It's always a table saw. And then my aunt was telling the story. She just said she heard him in the other room.
Mine cut his thumb off with a drill and a string.
I guess it was probably the string that did it. But this was the old-fashioned way. It was a saw. So he's just in his workshop, and she just heard the bzzz, bzzz, and then he just went silent. And then he called her over, saying, "Could you bring some bandages? I think I cut myself." And then she walks in, and apparently it looked like a slaughterhouse. It was like the saw just splattered the blood everywhere. And he's holding there. His thumb is hanging off by a piece of skin.
Yep.
So she's a nurse, so she knew what to do. She kind of got him patched up, took him to the hospital, and I think now, like a few years later, he's finally getting most of the motion back in it because they were able to reattach it.
Oh, man, that is.
Yeah, it really sucked. The worst part of that whole experience for my uncle was he couldn't smoke at the hospital. And this is the guy that's never without a cigarette. I mean, I'm surprised he lived through that.
See, I grew up going to a whole family reunions down in Tennessee. All right, and after a while, I had accepted the fact that every time I'd go down there, I would meet a cousin I never knew I had. And yeah, can you hear the banjo twanging in the background?
No, I'm reminded of that Jeff Foxworthy joke. So you might be a redneck and go to family reunions to meet women. Yeah. Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking this is explaining a lot right here.
Oh no! See, I met this girl down over on the dock as I was just trying to get away from everybody, and I was just gonna go out on this lake on my own and go over to the dam, and there's a little island out there. I just wanted to go, and I meet this chick, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm getting out of here. All right, sure, let's go." I'm not thinking a damn thing of it. I mean, this is a big state park. There are people all over the place. We go head out, hang out. I get her number, she gets mine. Didn't really get too far, thankfully. But we ended up getting back to the dock, and we start walking back up the dock, and I see my aunt from up here going and walking down. I'm like, hey, what's up, hey? And she's walking out. She's smiling. Oh, hey, I'm glad to see that you have met your cousin. That was all I heard. I didn't even hear her first name. And because a couple years earlier, we were, it was me and my brother, we were over at our Uncle Coy and Aunt Leon's house. And yes, I have an Uncle Coy. And I also have an uncle who has actually killed every article of clothing. And is very proud of that fact.
Do you have an Uncle Cletus?
I did.
Yeah.
He actually passed away in '95, but yeah. My grandpa's name was Euless.
Yeah, everything's coming together.
And here I am. I am a mutt, born up here in Detroit, adopted by, on my dad's side, it's Abraham Lincoln in the beginning of the destruction of the country. And on my mom's side, it's the Hatfields. I actually have a great aunt that was on the Titanic, actually. And she was on the Titanic with her prize pig. There's even a book about her. My aunt is so proud of this as well. That this woman and her prize pig that were in first class got off and survived the sinking of the Titanic. As my aunt is telling me this, the only thing I am thinking of, a pig. A fucking pig. People are dying and you want to save a pig.
Well, from what I've heard about what happened at the Titanic is not only... they didn't have enough room in the lifeboats to begin with, but most of the lifeboats were launched when they were nowhere near full. So.
Actually, no. What it was that the lifeboats were rated for 60 people. All right? They were tested with 90. So whatever they keep saying, well, there's only about enough for 1,500, no, that means there's 2,000. It's an additional 50, and they built it in as a safety precaution. They built it so that you could overload the boat by 50%, essentially standing room only. All right? So of the, 2,200 people that were there, you effectively would have lost mainly crew had they done it properly. That is one of those myths that I fucking hate. They weren't spec'd out. They didn't have enough as far as what they were supposed to have. No, they didn't. But as to what the boats were tested for and tested with, they could have taken the load. Is it the official number? No, but they were tested for it. Which gave them an additional false sense of security. So it was...
Well, it's most importantly is did the crew know about it? Because clearly they didn't wait until they were all loaded up.
Oh no, not all. The actual guy that went and built the ship, he was on there. They even in the DiCaprio movie, they even show him. They actually mentioned the fact that those boats can be overloaded by 50%. It's a little snippet in there. but they don't really mention that they were overloaded with like 90 iron workers. These are not light men. We're talking like 210, 215 pounds. So it was a disaster. Do I think the crew knew? No, they didn't. They didn't have the training. But the guy that put it together, who could have actually organized an evacuation that would have worked, the only man who could have done that, slipped into melancholy and drank himself until he drowned. So no, a lot of people died needlessly.
Well, that's the case with any tragedy. But that aside, I mean, it's been going on for, what was it, 5 hours now?
Something like that. It's been.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I may need to go to sleep and get myself used to waking up in the morning again. So I go back to work on Monday.
Oy.
Recently, I've been going to sleep at like 4 and waking up at noon.
Oh, see, that's actually my normal range. Everyone, I know some people
Mine
like,
too.
well, you're up late. Well, actually, no, I don't normally wake up till almost 2 o'clock because I don't typically go to bed until about 5 easy 5. But I'm usually up around noon if I'm lucky.
That's my default schedule that I always default to whenever I take a vacation, like right now. But always a few days before, I have to revert back to waking up at 6 or 7 in the morning, which is right around when I'm going to sleep usually on my normal schedule.
Oh man, see, I've always been more of a night person. I'll be honest, I really have been.
I actually miss working night shift. There was no disadvantage.
Well, no, you get paid more, and typically you never see women working night shift.
I never saw anybody else. It was great, and there was never any traffic. It's just perfect.
Yeah, you go from that. I was doing that. I was working night shift over at Bay Corrugated a long time ago. Actually, no. I'll go back a little further. Back to when I was working at Howard's Towing. All right, I'd gotten my my Class A CDL. And then I realized that Werner had wanted me to pay them additional money for taking me on. And after trying to go and drive teams for a while, we made some money doing that, but with the new regs that they put in, it just wasn't worth it. So I ended up going and driving a tow truck. Well, as I'm driving the tow truck at night, I'm always on the night shift. I loved it. I'd be on the freeway. I could go and pick up. I could change a tire, do whatever I needed to do. I mean, it was my job. No one else on the road. I never had to worry about getting hit out of nowhere.
Except by drunks.
No, I was driving a giant flatbed, dude. I use that as a shield. But, oh, man. But no, I was doing that when September 11th happened. It was my brother-in-law. He ran into the house. I wake up late, and well, at the time late. It was like 8. It was like 9:20, 9:30 in the morning. And I wake up. I'm in the crapper. I'm literally on the shitter the first time I hear anything about a crash at the Twin Towers.
So I got to ask, did you shit yourself?
Actually, no. I was at the wiping stage. But I was on the crapper when I first heard about it, and then all I remember is I remember Tim going and just screaming, "Oh my God, we're under attack! Another one hit!" And I'm going, "What the hell are you talking about?" And I get out there just to see the replay like 5 seconds after the second plane hit, and I'm going, damn. And then I hear about the Pentagon, and I'm just, holy crap. And for the first month, right? I'll be honest, it was amazing. That's the only way I can describe it. It was amazing. I had seen hundreds of people firsthand go and put away their baser instincts, and these are people I've known for a long time. Chronologically, not I've spent that much time with them, but I've known them over a very long period of time. And I kind of know most of their patterns because, well, I got stuck going to the same church as them. And so I got to see these people go against all of their baser instincts. I saw these chicks literally stop all of the hypergamy bullshit. It was I'll be honest, it was honestly kind of cool. I honestly thought we had our Pearl Harbor moment, and that as a nation we were going to fundamentally change, not in a political level, not in a regulatory level, not in violation of privacy rights level, but as on a community level. And we had. We did, and we accomplished it. And what happened?
Afghanistan.
No. Yeah. What we had is we had the little cokehead stand up and go, now, everybody, y'all need to go out and start buying things. We need to get things, go shopping. That's what we get.
Get the war machine going.
Do we get leadership? No. Do we get anything remotely to a new direction for the country, which is what he ran on? Well, technically he ran on domestic policy, which was actually nothing more than I fuck my wife. For anyone that actually remembers the 2000 election, almost the entire election had something to do with Monica Lewinsky, and the argument from Al Gore and Bush was essentially, well, I fucked my wife. That was about it. And all of us extras, we were already pissed off at Clinton because Clinton got elected because of, but I did not inhale. That was why he got elected. He was elected because he was to be the pothead president. He was to go and legalize it and stop all this crap. All right? Did he do that? No. Why? He figured out it made the government too much damn money, and he couldn't go and continue the freaking all of the bureaucracy without those funds. All right? So he betrayed us. So much of this stuff should never have even. So much of this stuff should never have been an issue. All right? We got a bunch of people even started screaming about NAFTA back in the early 90s, and then Agenda 21 in 93, and no one today remembers it. No one today remembers any of this shit. No one remembers that the last 3 presidents we've had have been complete fuck-ups, and if you want to go back to the one just before that, he ain't much better. That's not saying Reagan was great, but he's definitely better than anything we got now. Hell, Nixon scores higher. And the only good thing he did was stop Vietnam. I remember this old joke that the first thing Lyndon Johnson told Nixon when Nixon took office was literally, I'm not kidding, get a tape recorder and record everything. I'm not joking. He did this, and it's on record.
I guess he should have been careful with what he did with the evidence.
Oh, now it's not even being hidden. The last decent president I think we had was actually Eisenhower, only because Kennedy didn't have much of a chance.
I don't know. I think it was John Adams.
Well, I don't know, Madison. I'll be honest, I liked Madison. He had to deal with a lot of crap, all right? He started in the White House and ended in a shack.
I'm probably gonna sign off now. So
Yeah. So I gotta
gotta-
get going. I'll be honest. I think I actually gotta catch up on like an episode of Naruto.
You know, I actually stopped watching that for a long time ago. I'm waiting for him to actually finish, then I'll get caught up.
It's getting close. The manga was actually pretty cool.
Well, the manga's already the manga's in its last arc right now, so.
No, already done, dude.
Oh wait, so the last arc's already done, huh?
Yeah. Kaguya.
Oh, nice. All right, well, have fun.
See ya, man.